representatives from the various entities that will be receiving reports from today, as well as all the support staff that is present, both from the side of Parliament and from the side of the department, the different executives, and the leaders of different delegations of the entities that are here with us today. Can you please flight the agenda, Mr. Kodze?
There you are, Chair. And I see you
Thank you.
switched. I see you switched on your camera, and Chair. You learned your lesson yesterday.
Yes, I've figured today, let me not be the only one left out. Okay, so can you please observe for me our quorum? In the
We do.
meantime, yes.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, we do form a quorum, Chair. There are 7 members on the platform.
Okay, thank you. Today we meet to receive the annual performance plans of the following entities, which falls within the mandate of the Department of Electricity and Energy, which is the National Energy Regulator of South Africa, also referred to as NERSA, the National Nuclear Regulator, which is the NNR, and the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute, and the South African National Energy Development Institute. Yesterday, we heard the plans of the Department of Electricity and Energy and what they plan to achieve with the help of these entities. Today, we'll hear how these entities intend to assist the department in meeting their mandate in addressing the energy trilemma, which are energy security, sustainability, and affordability. With this, I welcome you to the meeting. Mr. Kodze, please help us with any apologies.
Thank you, Chair. They're fixing my roof here, Chair, so if you hear the background, it's after the weekend's heavy rain. So I apologize, Chair. But we've received the following apologies. Mr. Milam and Mr. Mbata, who's unable to attend due to other prior engagements. Mayor Sompa Masiu is attending the Portfolio Committee on COCTA. He is having a meeting at the same time now, so she's in that meeting. Then we've also received an apology from the Minister of Electricity and Energy, Dr. Ramaphosa, who, due to the bereavement, is unable to attend. Additionally to that, the Minister also indicated that the department is currently busy with his annual strat planning session. So some of the members of the executive team are unable to attend, Chair. Then we've also, I didn't see the Deputy Minister on the platform, Chair, but we did receive a request from her that she be able to leave the meeting early, Chair, because she has a flight at 4:45. And then we've also received an apology from the chairperson of the NERSA board, Mr. Bukula, who is unable to attend the meeting, Chair. Those are the apologies received. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. But now that we are aware that we do form a quorum, we can move on to adopt the agenda. Members of the committee present, can we please get hands that adopt the agenda?
Chair, Honorable Thring, I move to adopt and the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Thring. Honorable Babti.
Good afternoon, Chair. I will second the move to adopt.
Thank you. So this is now our agenda for the day. As you know, honorable members, how we share our time, perhaps for the benefit of our entities that are going to be presenting today. We are going to take two presentations, which is going to be the presentation by the NNR first, and then the presentation by NERSA. And then after these two presentations, we're then going to get or allow rather space for members of the committee to be able to engage, either ask questions or comments, and then get direct responses from these particular two entities. And I think members, it will help if you are able to just be clear that the question is directed to which entity so that they can directly respond. So a question is asked and there's a direct response, and then we move on to the next question. Each member will be utilizing their 10 minutes. So in the 10 minutes of a particular member, they ask their questions and they get the direct response for each question. And then after the 10 minutes is exhausted, we then move on to the next member up until we have accorded each and every member their 10 minutes to engage the two presentations that they've received. Then afterwards, we will move on to take the remaining entities, which would be SANEDI and NRWDI afterwards, and then the same process will unfold again. So with that being said, we are now ready to take the first entity. I don't know, Honorable, I don't know, sorry. I don't know if they're going to be able to share or if you are going to share on their behalf, Mr. Kodze.
I'm
Because I
going to
already
give one of them co-hosting rights, Chair. CEO, who do I give again? CEO, NNR?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ari. Please give the rights to Mr. Dumsani Maluleke. Mr. Letsoalo is being kicked out of this meeting repeatedly, so please share it with Mr. Maluleke. Thank you.
Okay, I've given him CEO.
Okay, so I think as soon as we can see the screen, the presenter may then go ahead and begin with the presentation. And can we please try by all means possible to not to say we want to limit the presentation, because we're very much interested in getting as much information as we can. So it does assist us when we go into the engagements, but we do have time that we have allocated for each presentation, which is 30 minutes. So I don't know if we can try by all means to just stick to that, but not to say you will limit information that will be beneficial for us to get in this particular sitting. Thank you. Yeah, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Protas Pili, and I'm the chairperson of the NNR board. I am joined by the CEO of NNR, the CFO of NNR, as well as the head of strategy, who will be assisting with the presentation. I'll be taking the committee through the presentation up to page 8 of the slide. From slide 9, I'll allow the CEO to take us through the rest of the slide. Okay, CFO, I see the slide has disappeared.
Chairperson, apologies. I don't know. The network keeps on kicking me out. I'm trying to reshare again. Can you see this presentation?
It's not on the screen.
No, Chair, Mr. Maluleke is trying again. There we go.
Okay, you can go to the first page. Okay, then you can go to slide view. Are you winning, CFO? CFO?
Chairperson?
Yes, are you winning?
Yeah, I've shared from my side. I'm not sure if it's visible on your side.
Okay, I can see the content. Yeah, this is the outline of our presentation. You can move to the next slide. In the next slide, it's giving an overall picture in terms of the NNR mandate and strategic focus. NNR is established in terms of the NNR Act 47 of 1999. In terms of our mandate, we provide for the protection of persons, property, and an environment against the harmful effect of radiation and nuclear damage, and that we do through the establishment of safety and related security standard and regulatory practices that are suited for the South African nuclear industry. In terms of the listing, in terms of the PFMA, we are listed as the Schedule 3 public entity. In terms of our vision, NNR strive to be South Africa's trusted nuclear and radiation safety regulator. In terms of our mission, which is very much linked to our mandate, is about the protection of persons, property, and environment by regulating safe use of nuclear and radiation technology in South Africa. In terms of our values, we strive for excellency, integrity, openness and transparency, safety and security, teamwork, and caring. And our overall impact statement, we want a South Africa that is safe from nuclear and radiation damage and assured protection of persons, property, and an environment. Next slide, please. In terms of the overview of the strategic plan and APP, we have updated our strategic plan to align with the recent NNR amendment, which is number 26 of 2004, ensuring our regulatory framework remains robust, relevant, and responsive. Our situational analysis was also updated to present a broad overview of the organization external and internal perspective, which enables the regulator to define its key drivers for its strategy. Given the fact that NNR operates within a complex and ever evolving global and national environment, within this context, it is essential for the regulator to be proactive, innovative, and agile. We have got 5 key pillars which underpin our strategy, and those key pillars remain unchanged from the previous period. The first pillar is nuclear safety assurance. The second pillar, regulatory excellence and independence. The next pillar is stakeholder trust and confidence. The next pillar is to ensure financial sustainability. And the last pillar is process efficiency, higher performance, and good corporate governance. Next slide, please. In this slide, we are demonstrating our alignment to the National Development Plan, the medium-term development plan, as well as the priorities that have been outlined by the Minister of Electricity and Energy. In terms of the National Development Plan, we are linked to building safer community. And in terms of the medium-term development plan, we are linked to strategic priority number 3, which is building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. In terms of the ministerial priorities, we've got those 5 priorities that the minister has outlined, which is the achievement of universal access, availability, affordability, and the quality of energy, attainment of sovereign and regional energy security, and driving industrialization and leading innovation, and also qualitatively transforming energy demographics, in which case we'll be elevating the role of women and youth, and also asserting South Africa in the continent as well as in the global leadership. And in terms of our contribution, when we look at the bottom as a regulator, as an NNR, we want to exercise regulatory control to ensure that activities related to the use of nuclear energy and technology are carried out in a safe manner. The next slide, please. In terms of the organogram, we have got the board of directors, which is the accounting authority in terms of the PFMA. It is supported by the 3 board committees, which is the Nuclear Safety and Technical Committee, Human Resources and Remuneration Committee, as well as the Audit and Risk Management Committee. We have got the Chief Executive Officer, who's leading the organization in terms of day-to-day operation. She's supported by 5 divisional heads, the one responsible for regulatory improvement and technical services, one responsible for nuclear technology and norm, one responsible for nuclear power plant, and one responsible for corporate support services, as well as one responsible for finance. If you could move to the next slide, please. In terms of the board composition, the board is the accounting authority in terms of the PFMA and the NNR Act. The board provides strategic direction and leadership, approves strategic plans and policies of the regulator, while driving good corporate governance and ethical leadership. In terms of the Act as it stands with the amendment, the board is composed of 14 directors. We've got 12 non-executive directors and 2 executive directors, which are the CEO and CFO. As I've already indicated, the board is supported by 3 board committees: Audit and Risk Committee, Nuclear Safety and Technical Committee, as well as Remuneration, as well as Human Resources and Remuneration Committee. The current board was appointed by the minister in September 2023 for a term of 3 years, and the current term ends this year in August 2026. Currently, we have got 3 vacancies in the board. We have been made aware that the process for the appointment of the new board is already underway. We have seen the advertising for the new board. If you could move to the next slide, please. In terms of the human resources of the regulator has got a staff complement of 168, which is made up of 152 permanent employees, 2 terms, and 14 trainees and interns. In terms of population split, we've got Africans sitting at 83%, colored sitting at 8%, Indians 4%, white 5%. In terms of female representation and male representation, when we look at technical services, under technical services, we have got 57% being male and 43% being female. When it comes to support services, male is sitting at 46% and the female sitting at 54%. The next slide, I'll allow the CEO to proceed from this slide onward through you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Next slide. So on these slides, we will then be looking at the impact and the outcomes that the regulator is targeting in the 5-year period. So the chairperson has gone through our 5 outcomes. I will not repeat those in line with the message from the chair of the portfolio committee related to time. So in terms of the outcome indicators, we have one related to improving the level of stakeholder satisfaction, and therefore we have an indicator on level of stakeholder perception, and this one is actually updated in this APP as we didn't have it in the financial year that just ended. So our baseline is 70%, and our target is to keep improving this baseline. Then we have the outcome indicator for percentage of inspections and reviews and assessments that are undertaken as per annual plan. And our baseline is to achieve 100% of these planned inspections and reviews and assessments, and the same target we have for the 5-year period. The next outcome is to measure and report on the effectiveness of the emergency preparedness and response plans of the authorization holders. We do not have a baseline for this. This is something that we are still working on, but in the 5-year period, we target to enhanced effectiveness of the emergency preparedness and response measures that are implemented by the authorization holders. Then, Chair, we have a measure that relates to the effectiveness of the regulator, where we measure and report on the effectiveness of the emergency preparedness and response by the NNR. So equally here, we are working on the baseline, and in the 5-year period, we want enhanced effectiveness of the regulator in this area. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our next outcome indicator is related to continuous improvement. And here we are targeting percentage of regulatory processes that have determined timelines. We do not have a baseline, and in the 5-year period, we want to achieve 100% of our regulatory processes that must have predetermined timelines that are then communicated to the regulated entities and prospective applicants for NNR authorizations. The next outcome indicator is that of percentage compliance with the specified processing timelines. So on this one, it is that once we have developed these timelines, then there is a measure about compliance to those timelines by both the regulator and the regulated entity. So we do plan in the 5-year period to achieve 100% of those. The next outcome relates to the systems of internal controls and audits. So we plan, the outcome indicator relates to the external audit outcome from the AGSA, and our baseline is an unqualified audit opinion with no material findings, and that is our 5-year target as well. Next slide. Then we have the NNR strategic pillars that we use the balance scorecard approach, and we have pillars that relate to the regulatory area, the financial, the internal business processes as well. So on the issue of visibility and credibility, we have that pillar of stakeholder trust and confidence in the nuclear regulatory role of the NNR in ensuring the safety of nuclear activities. And that is related to outcome number 1. Our second strategic pillar is that of nuclear safety assurance. And this is where we talk about the inspections as well as the reviews and assessments. And this relates to outcome number 2, increased assurance of nuclear safety for people, property, and the environment. Our third strategic pillar is that of regulatory excellence and independence. And this one relates to outcome number 3 and 4, which is the one on emergency preparedness, as well as continuous improvement, our regulatory standards and practices. Our fourth strategic pillar is on financial sustainability. And the fifth one is process efficiency, high performance, and good governance. And the pillar number 4 and 5 relate to the outcome of a capable, efficient, and a well-governed regulator. Next slide. Honorable Chair, I'm going to go into the annual performance plan for 2026-27. And we have spoken about the 5 outcomes. We have 21 output indicators in this period. We have spoken about the outcomes, so I will not repeat these. Next slide, please. On the balance scorecard, under the regulatory measure, we have measures RM1A related to inspections that are going to be conducted at the nuclear power plant at Koeberg, at the facilities at Pelindaba, as well as the radioactive waste disposal facility in Valpels, as well as the inspections that we undertake in the facilities that are handling naturally occurring radioactive material. And we have targets for the year, which is 41 inspections at the power plant, 170 inspections in the facilities that handle NOM, and we have 100 inspections planned for the facilities at Pelindaba and the radioactive waste disposal facility in Valpels. Then, Chair, we have the reviews and assessments. These ones relate to the compliance area, which means that the operators, the license holders, have got their conditions of license where they are required to make certain compliance submissions to the NNR. So on the measure RM1B, this is where we measure the compliance reviews and assessments because they differ from the reviews and assessments that I will come to under RM2. So on the compliance reviews and assessments, we have the annual plans for those, and the target is to achieve 100% of the annual plan within the determined timeframes. Then on RM2, this is implementation of the reviews and assessments plan in the 3 divisions. These reviews and assessments relate to requests and applications for nuclear authorizations. So on this one as well, in terms of the target, we target 100% of what is in the reviews and assessment plan, and we report on these quarterly as well as annually to the board. Under RM3, this is the percentage of the contaminated sites survey plan. So there is a plan to survey the areas that are known historically to be contaminated with radioactive material as a result of historic mining activities. And so we have a plan to survey some of those so that we can be better informed on the extent of this contamination and whether or not it is where people live. Under RM4A, this is the accreditation of the NNR's verification laboratory. We have a laboratory at the NNR, and there are methods that are accredited by SANAS, and we continue to pursue accreditation of more methods. So in 2026-7, we are looking at validation of tritium in water by liquid scintillation counting method, and then also apply for a scope extension for alpha spectrometry of polonium in water. The scope extension for the liquid scintillation of tritium in water, and so we will be making these applications to SANAS, and then they review our methods, and then the lab gets the accreditation for these methods. The next one is the environmental samples. So we do collect environmental samples around the different facilities that we regulate as part of our compliance assurance program. And these get analyzed to see if there is any contamination that is happening in the environment. RM5 relates to fulfillment of international obligations to nuclear safety and radiation protection. So the NNR, in terms of the NNR Act, we are delegated to undertake fulfillment of national obligations of the Convention on Nuclear Safety, as well as the Joint Convention and the conventions on assistance and emergencies. So what is going to happen in 2026-27, it is that last week and this week, we are actually participating in this 10th review meeting of the Convention on Nuclear Safety. And as it relates to the Joint Convention, during this period, we will be preparing the preliminary national report on the obligations under the Joint Convention, as well as participating in the organizational meeting of contracting parties for the 9th review meeting under the Joint Convention. So all of this will take place during 2026-27. We have implementation of emergency preparedness and response exercise plan for Koeberg Nuclear Power Station. Every 18 months, we undertake a regulatory emergency planning exercise at Koeberg, and we have participation of not only the Koeberg Nuclear Power Plant, but also the intervening organizations such as the City of Cape Town, as well as the province of the Western Cape, and the National Emergency Control Center at COCTA. Then we have RM6B, which is to measure and report the effectiveness of this emergency preparedness and arrangements of the Koeberg Nuclear Power Plant. In this year, we plan to then produce a report that talks to how efficient the emergency preparedness arrangements are at Koeberg. We will not be having the implementation of emergency preparedness and response drill for the NNR's Regulatory Emergency Center, because we have just completed one in the year 2025-26. So it will come around in other periods during this five-year period. We then have so we will not do the drill because we've done those, but we will measure and report on the effectiveness of the NNR's emergency preparedness response. Then we are measuring the level of stakeholder satisfaction with the work of the NNR. We have just completed that exercise, which is where we got the baseline of 70% from. So in the year 2026-27, we will be implementing some of the recommendations that come out of this survey so that we can improve how our stakeholders view the NNR and how it implements its mandate. Then we have the number of regulatory information sharing sessions that we will be conducting in line with the intent to share more information with those that live close to the facilities that we regulate, as well as South Africa at large. So in this year, we are preparing to have one industry technical seminar. This follows the successful regulatory information conference that was held in October of 2025. Then the last one on this page is the percentage of regulatory decisions that are published. So recently the NNR has started to proactively publish the regulatory decisions following the work that was done, especially on the long-term operation. And this is all in the interest of openness and transparency. Next slide. Then, Chair, I'll try and be quick on these ones. These relate to our internal business processes. The first one being PM1, and this is compliance with legislation. At the NNR, we target to comply 100% with all the legislations that we are required to comply with as an entity of state. We also have a measure on implementation of a business process improvement plan. We have a business process improvement plan in place, and in this year, as every other year, we plan to achieve 100% of this improvement plan. We also have plans related to our ICT security, and every year we plan to implement 100% of what we put in this plan. This is the plan that allows us to be able to protect the NNR's computer systems from threats that can come from external sources. Then we have PM4, which is the number of regulatory processes that have determined timelines. And in this period, we plan to complete 2 of these regulatory processes and then publish what these timelines are. Then we have a measure related to continuous improvement under learning and development. And this is the number of education programs that we would have in nuclear safety and security. We have 2 of those planned for this period. Then we have FM1, which is the audit opinion. And the target there, as I said earlier, is to have an unqualified audit opinion with no material findings. The preparation for the audit are underway, and we should have the final outcomes from the AG at the end of July. And then the last one is FM2, which is a percentage of procurement that is spent on targeted designated groups. In this regard, the NNR has a percentage of to achieve a target of 70% of procurement spent on targeted designated groups. There could be questions around why it is not 100%, but this is because there are some services in this area that we can only get, from non-designated groups. So this is why we target 70%, which we realistically can achieve. Next slide. On the next slide, Chairperson, I can take guidance from you. This is where we indicate in each quarter. So what I've just covered are those annual targets. But these subsequent slides are those that show in the quarters what is planned to be achieved. I think at this point, we can possibly speed up the presentation to get to the finances, if the Chairperson allows.
You guide us as long as we do not miss out on important, valuable information.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. So I think having done the annual targets, the committee members would have, I think, enough information to be able to engage us on the presentation. I would at this point hand over to the CFO to talk about the financials. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. My name is Dumisani Maluleka. I'm the Chief Financial Officer. I will present with the video off. As well as the facilities that deals with the mining activities. Then we also expect to generate around 14 million coming from the application fees, with the new facilities wanting to get the NNR licenses. The department expects to transfer 48 million in terms of the total budget. Then in the medium term, we expect around R1 billion that is going to be generated as a revenue, with the department contributing 150 million odd. Then in terms of the compensation of employees, we expect to spend around 225 million, and we expect to offer the staff a salary increase, which is inflation related and linked to inflation. And then we expect to spend goods and services of 110 million. You'll see that the proportion of expenditure and the compensation comes on top because of most of our activities are done by NNR staff. So a lot of work is done internally by the staff because we require the engineering skills to be able to review submissions from the different authorization holders. We have a total of 142 facilities.
Is it only me, or do we keep on losing the audio
No,
of
the
the
sound-
CFO?
Senators, it's also here.
I'm worried we're going to miss out on important details of this particular part. CFO?
Then in terms of the programs,
CFO,
Chairperson, can you hear me?
you keep on cutting. Now
Yeah,
we're
the net-
worried that we'll end up losing important information, especially
Yeah.
because now we're dealing with numbers.
The network is a bit bad. I think it's because of the weather this side. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'll just go step backward. I don't know where you lost me. I was explaining the revenue generation capacity to say we are able to generate our own revenue, 75%. We generate through authorization fees with two big nuclear installation holders being NERSA and ESCOM paying around 190 million, and the rest is coming from the facilities that are natural occurring radioactivity, which is the gold mining sector, with 142 license holders in that one. The department is giving us 48 million to be able to execute this work. Over the medium term, they will provide us 150 million rand. Then the expenditure for compensation, it's the bigger item because of the nature of our work is done by our engineers in terms of conducting inspection as well as reviewing submission from these facilities. Then in terms of the programs, we've got four programs, as CEO has indicated, in order to execute the oversight. The first program being the administration, which is the one that ensure capable and efficient and well-governed regulator. These include the work that is done by the board in terms of the oversight, the internal audit, as well as finance and legal in supporting the mandate of the regulator. We've allocated 146 million for this program to be able to discharge and make sure that the regulator is functioning and the governance process are strengthened within the entity. Then the second program is the nuclear power plant. It has been allocated 50 million. In the main, it includes compensation of those engineers that I spoke about to be able to conduct inspections at the Quebec power plant and be able to place regulatory oversight over the power plant and make sure that the conditions of license are adhered by ESCOM. Then the nuclear technology and natural occurring radio material program. This focus on conducting inspection at the mining and making sure that the workers in those facilities are not overly exposed to those limits in terms of the criteria that has been set by the regulator, and continual inspection are being done to monitor those facilities. So we've allocated 65 million to be able to discharge these responsibilities. Then we've got the fourth program, which is the REITs, Regulatory Improvement and Technical Services. With this program, it also provides support to the two internal programs, and it also makes sure that the regulatory standards are up to date, making sure that we are also ready in terms of the new technologies, including the small modular reactors, making sure that the regulation is updated and that there is innovation in terms of nuclear safety to make sure that the people, environment and property are safe. we've allocated 74 million in the next financial year for this program. Then in terms of allocation of the budget, focusing on the strategic outcome, so the budget has been allocated more into the technical area compared to the support, with the first outcome being to increase the assurance of nuclear safety for property, plant, and environment. This is the oversight for all the three programs. 136 million has been allocated. Then emergency, to enhance emergency preparedness and the response in the event of a nuclear incident, we've allocated 7.8 million. This should be understood that it is not the costs of managing the incident if there was to be an incident in the country. This is to evaluate the effectiveness of the operators to respond to those emergencies. And also this cost covers the cost of making sure that the NNR itself, it's ready to be able to respond and advise government in terms of the nuclear incident and how it is moving if it was to happen. We have equipment that we've installed in the different facilities to be able to monitor incident while we are at the head office and be able to advise government. Then in order to improve stakeholder trust and confidence, we've allocated 19 million. This include various activities of public awareness, public hearing, where authorization holders have applied to the NNR. We need to conduct public hearing and public consultation to make sure that public is aware of what is needed. Then continuous improvement in terms of the standards. Like I've said, we are obligated to participate in the bilateral meeting, sharing of information with other regulatory bodies, as well as to participate and share information with the IEA and make sure that we enhance safety in the global space. We've allocated 24 million to be able to conduct all these activities. Then for the capable and efficient regulator, it's 157 million in order to conduct those activities. So the total budget for the next year is 346 million. Within the 346 million, 10.7 million, it's going to be financed through the retained surplus from the prior year, of which Treasury has given us approval to be able to implement and supplement our budget because of the 10.7 is needed from the surplus. Then in terms of our cash flow statement, which is a very important statement in terms of demonstrating sustainability of the regulator, we expect to generate cash from operations of around 18 million. And you will see or notice a significant decline from the previous year. The reason is because there was specific revenue that was expected from the projects, such as the long-term operation of Quebec, which came to an end in last year. So as a result, it affects our cash flow, but however, we are able to sustain ourselves at cash operations of around 18 and 19 to 20 million. In that regard. Then we expect to continue to spend in terms of acquiring capital equipment, such as building maintenance, as well as acquiring equipment for the laboratory to be able to do sample analysis. So in the next coming year, the capital expenditure is around 6.5 million. There are projects that are already approved, which Treasury has already approved, that we can use the money to upgrade and uplift our building, because since it was acquired some years ago, we haven't uplifted it. So we will undertake that process to uplift the building. Then at the end of the year, we are still expecting a positive cash flow that shows that we are financially sustainable and we are able to carry our operation within what we have. And then in terms of the authorization fees, because our fees are approved by the minister, we've submitted a proposal to increase our authorization fees for those holders about 5.5%, and the minister has considered that and is currently sitting with the Minister of Finance to be able to consider and approve in terms of the Act as required by the Act. Then in terms of the statement of financial position, this demonstrates to say at the end of the year, are we able to still remain as strong as the entity? Yes, we can confirm that. Our projection is that we will have the total net assets of 325 million if everything goes according to the plan. And then that, if you look at the total assets, significant portion of the asset, it's actually cash. Therefore, that demonstrates that we've got a prudent use of financial resources and we are able to manage the entity going forward. So in the next 12 months, we don't foresee any events that can disrupt going concern ability of the entity. So we are quite confident that we will continue as a going concern as the entity. Then I've already indicated that we expect to spend 6.5 on capital asset. Then the trade payables, we expect to pay our service providers within 5 to 10 days. We know that the government want us to be efficient. The regulatory turnaround time is around 30 days. But however, we currently hovering around average of 5 and 7 days. So we are able to give back the money back to the service provider after they've delivered the services and we've validated the invoices from our side. Then we expect the net assets to decline slightly as a result of those losses in terms of the cash that we've lost because of the projects that came to an end. I think that is the end of the presentation on the financial aspect. Chair, thanks very much.
Thank you to the NNR. Before we take on the next entity, I wish to acknowledge the Deputy Minister who has joined us, Honorable Graham Murray. You are welcome to the meeting. If you would still be with us towards the end, perhaps we'll grant you to just say a few words. Now we are going to take the presentation by NERSA.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. I hope we will be assisted with the flighting of the presentation, or should we do that from our side?
I gave us hosting rights.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kotse. Ms. Martin, if you can flight the presentation. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, and the Honorable Deputy Minister, and chairpersons and board members and CEOs of the Energy family, colleagues and support staff present at this session. Chair, I think the committee has noted the apology from our chairperson, Mr. Tembani Bupula, who could not make it for this particular session due to a prior commitment, and I'll be taking the committee through the presentation. And my name is Nomalanga Stole. I am the CEO at NERSA, and I will be doing the presentation with members of the executive team of NERSA who will be assisting, and these are the senior manager in the strategic planning and monitoring unit, Ms. Poche, our Chief Human Capital Officer, Ms. Mhlongo, and our Chief Financial Officer, Chairperson. The next slide. Chair, the next slide highlights the content of our presentation. As I said, it will be taken through by me and the four ladies that I have mentioned. I will deal with item 1 and 2 and come back and deal with the strategic risks and our concluding remarks. Chairperson, just briefly in terms of NERSA's regulatory mandate, we are mandated to regulate 3 industries, that is the petroleum pipeline industry, the electricity industry, and as well as the pipe gas industry. And in terms of this particular slide, Chairperson, we have tried to summarize our regulatory functions in terms of the mandate that is stated in our governing legislation. In terms of electricity, Chairperson, or maybe let me say across the 3 industries that we are regulating, We are required to issue licenses, but the licenses that we are mandated to issue are different per industry. For example, in electricity, we are expected to issue generation licenses, transmission, distribution, import and export, and as well as trading licenses. And with the petroleum pipeline regulation, we are mandated to issue operation licenses and construction licenses, storage, and licenses for loading facilities. For piped gas, we are mandated to issue construction licenses, conversion of some of the licenses, operating licenses, and as well as trading. The other mandate that cuts across the three industries is that we are required to consider tariffs and prices, and for all three, but with the difference amongst the three is with the pipe gas, where we only consider or approve maximum prices of gas and also monitor them on a regular basis. We are also mandated to set license conditions and standards throughout the three industries. So our licenses that we issue, we set conditions and expected standards from those that we license. We also are mandated to monitor compliance, customer education, and dispute resolution across the three industries. We are also expected to issue rules across the three industries and also issue registration, with the exception of the petroleum pipeline regulation. The current piece of legislation that we are empowered to implement does not allow us to register any activities within the petroleum pipeline. The next slide, Chairperson. I'm going to, with this slide, Chairperson, I'm going to highlight the programs that we have developed as an organization and also indicate how they link up to our regulatory mandate. And in the slides that follows, Chairperson, we are going to highlight how these the programs and the targets that we have set are linking up to the MTDP and as well as to the energy sector priorities. In terms of the programs that we have set for ourselves as an organization, the programs are 5. The first one being regulatory service delivery. And in terms of this particular program, how it links up to our mandate, it links up to the setting and approval of tariffs and prices, licensing and registration, compliance monitoring and enforcement, dispute resolution, which includes mediation, arbitration, and handling of complaints. We also set rules, guidelines, and codes for the three industry under this particular first program. With the second program on advocacy and engagement, and this is linked to NERSA's contribution to relevant energy legislation and policies and to government transformation goals, and as well as to customer and stakeholder programs. And the third program is on innovation as NERSA. In terms of the mandate, we are expected to have technological solutions that supports the business in delivering integrated and value-add services to customers internally and as well as externally. And the fourth program is on operational efficiency and quality management. As within NERSA, this is linked to NERSA's integrated operational processes, improvement in planning, and as well as project management in support of the core business, which is the regulatory activities. And the last program is on people and organizational culture. And this is linked to having a conducive work culture, human capacity that is balanced between specialized skills and generic skills requirement, as well as development to deliver on the value to customers and stakeholder expectations. Chairperson, I will stop here and hand over to Ms. Poche, who's a Senior Manager in Strategic Planning and Monitoring, to take us through the actual programs and sub-programs and the set targets for each industry and other governance areas. And I will return back at a later stage and present on the risks that we have identified for our 2026-27 financial year. With your permission, Chair, may I hand over to Ms. Poche to address the committee on the planned targets for 2026-27. Ms. Poche.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to the honorable members, the honorable Deputy Minister, the executive.
You are not audible.
Can you increase your sound, Ms. Poche?
It's on 100.
Okay,
Now it
maybe
seems like
if you
we're
had
big.
And I did
if you had
test with
headphones,
Mr.
just
Ariko.
remove them.
Did test before the meeting. As I'm still not audible, CEO.
You are audible now.
Okay, so now I'm on two gadgets. Let me. Okay. Any echo? Can you hear me?
Yes, you
Oh,
can.
you are fine. You're audible.
Okay. Yes, good afternoon, and thank you, CEO, for the for that introduction, especially on the work that we do and the mandate, and stressing the fact that our work is actually linked to the priorities of government, and you'll see in the slides how we link up with the three priorities, overarching priorities of the 7th administration and the 5 energy sector priorities that I think NNR so much articulated. We also, before we talk to our targets, do detail the impact statement and the outcome that belongs to each of these divisions. I think, CEO, with the introduction that you've made, I would just like to add that NERSA, I think, is responding very positively to the amendment, Electricity Regulator Act, which came into operation from the 1st of January 2005. I think a lot of good work is happening and has happened there with some of those changes that were brought about by this amendment, Electricity Act. You will see during my presentation that as a result, there has been improvement in the electricity. If you look at bullet number 2, complete license applications within 60 days, the ERA cut that from 120 days and it cut it by 50% to 60 working days. And of course, one of our major functions is receiving, adjudicating and making a determination on both ESCOM and the municipality electricity tariffs and prices. We do that on an annual basis, even though ESCOM may be on the MYPD. The other function that we do is linked to what the CEO has said, is that in this 2026-2027 financial year, we're planning on completing applications for registration of electricity generation facilities and conducting compliance audits. And that is a very important part of our work, I think, across all the industries, just to ensure that with the licenses that we issue, the licensees do adhere to the conditions that we set with those licenses. So there is an audit team that goes out and just conducts those audits, comes back, and it informs the executive or the committees of the board just how much or how many licenses are non-compliant and what gravity they are. What we've now introduced is that once they come back and they report to the ELS, which is the electricity or any other committee, that process, depending on the gravity again of the transgression by a licensee, may trigger Section 18. It may trigger the sitting of the tribunal, which will deal with the contraventions of Section 18. of this, which is the license conditions in terms of Section 18 of the Electricity Regulator Act. And once that happens, the tribunal then can sit and issue orders to say notices first, to say that the licensees must comply within, I think we've given them 60 days to do so. And then once they don't respond or they don't respond favorably, or they are unable to remedy the situation, the tribunal has got the power from the Act to then sit again and make a decision on the revocation or fining a licensee. But we are not there yet. I think we are trying to be developmental. So at this point, we're still at the first stage where we are notifying them. We've notified them of their non-compliances and given them days in which to remedy. But we don't take non-compliance of the license conditions very lightly. Next slide, please. I'm still under electricity industry regulation. And I did say that we are linked to the MTD priorities across all the core businesses. We linked to inclusive growth and job creation, reduction of poverty and tackling of the high cost of living, and the energy sector priorities, achieve universal access, availability, affordability and quality, and energy demographic transformation. And we then respond also to those impact statements. Again, here, it's still part of the electricity industry regulation, where we talked about conducting those audits to an extent where we then go to the tribunal. But this one talks about conducting audits and processing findings on non-compliances for the transmission, generation, and distribution within the time frames that we set in our frameworks and in our rules. And here we also complete applications requiring exemption from the South African Grid Code within 3 months, complete Section 34 determinations, those we receive from the minister, and we then make inputs and return to the minister. And then again, we talk about Section 19 here. Once there's been a transgression that is perpetually not remedied, we then revoke Section 19, where the tribunal sits. But Section 19, the revocation can only happen through the court of law. We also then subject, as I've said, the licensees are subjected to the tribunal process, and it's a fair process where we notify you first, we audit you first, and we write to you and we say you're non-compliant. We give you an action plan. We go back and we check if you've implemented that. If you've not, then we escalate and we go to the energy regulator. And the energy regulator then can revoke the sitting of the tribunal so that official formal notices are issued, and so that process then is wrapped up. It is a longish process that ends up in court should we need to revoke a license, and we're not there yet. Next slide, please. I think this is the last slide on the electricity industry regulation. This here, we're saying that by facilitating investment in the energy industry and thereby contributing to the economic growth, leading job creation, NERSA will contribute through the following targets. And you can see those words that are highlighted, that we actually take them directly from the MTDP and the other priorities of the 7th administration. We will review the annual performance of the integrated demand management, IDM, integrated demand management, but we need to have all the information. We will assess the transmission and distribution network development projects, and we will then also deal with the categorized disputes which we receive from people and complaints, which must also be closed within 120 days within the dispute resolution procedures that we have them approved. We will review or develop targeted regulatory tools on an annual basis. Next slide, please. I'll now deal with the next one. This is still program 1. Sub-program 2 is piped gas industry regulation. I think under program sub-program 2, piped gas, I would like to just flag that there is possibilities of gas shortages, especially from the Mozambique, who's the main supplier and who's expecting a gas cliff by July 2027, possibly to 2028. However, that will serve as a bridge to a potential LNG value chain. Also, I think this program is also impacted by unforeseen global surge in international gas prices. So current gas supplies are not sufficient to satisfy the demand from the industry. So those are the things that are just happening there. But you'll see when the CEO deals with the risks, the strategic risks towards the end, that some of these things that I mentioned here will come up and they will have mitigation plans. So we then also when we do our work, have to respond to the environment that I'm partly mentioning here. The monopoly that is dominating the industry in gas and all those possible shortages and the gas cliffs. And so we've got to respond to that when we design our indicators. So we will complete maximum price applications here in this program. We will complete applications on distinguishing features in terms of Section 22 of the Gas Act. Those are the number of days. And this one, unlike electricity, its act has not been amended to reduce the number of days. We will complete transmission tariff applications within 120 days and assess the Republic of Mozambique Pipeline Investment Company, which is ROMCO, for gas volumes below 120 million gigajoules, which is what I've already alluded to. Assessment of adequacy of competition in the gas industry that we do in every 3-year cycle, and the competition of license applications within the statutory period of 60 days. We will also complete applications for registration of gas activities within 90 days annually and monitor gas supply for Mozambique, which we're saying that it is a bit threatened. Next slide, please. Still on the piped gas industry, we will achieve the following or implement the following. We'll monitor licensees' compliance with license conditions. We're serious on that one. Monitor licensees' implementation of transmission tariffs. We will monitor licensees' implementation of regulatory reporting manuals and monitor licensees' compliance with approved maximum prices. Again, I think I've already spoken to the ROMCO one, and we will assess progress on the construction of newly licensed facilities. It's very important for the competition as we talk about dominance in this area, so that we open up the market. So new facilities have got to be constructed. We'll monitor progress on those that have started and those that will be beginning. Next slide, please. It's still piped gas. I think it's the last one. Completion of investigation on complaints lodged by stakeholders, completion of investigations and inquiries initiated by us, NERSA, conduct by annual research on new developments in the gas industry. Is very important because then it shapes our tone and our posture in our APPs as we move forward. Conduct by annual assessment on the impact of developments on the competition in the gas industry, very crucial, and implementation of measures to improve competition and investment in the gas industry. And again, you can see that we are responding directly to the priorities and our strategic outcomes and impact statements. Next statement, please. This is the last of the core business functions. This one is petroleum pipelines industry regulation. And I think like other industries, this sub-program also has supply constraints. It is licensing infrastructure to ensure sufficient storage capacity is available. And it also, unfortunately, is dealing with fragmented regulation of the petroleum sector. And those are the things that I think we deal with in the risks and when we do environmental scanning. Here, we promise to complete pipeline storage, loading facility, tariff applications within that timeline, complete license applications within 60 working days, and undertake investigations into suspected unlicensed activities. And we will assess or analyze the geographic spread of license issued for petroleum pipelines infrastructure. Next slide, please. The still petroleum, we will assess assessment of inland security of supply petroleum projects, assessment of prudency used by licensees during construction of petroleum infrastructure. We will monitor trends in the utilization of storage facilities and third-party access, monitoring of the implementation of the methodology on determining uncommitted capacity, and we will also assess progress on the construction of the new facilities, that is both on the pipeline, storage, and loading facilities. Next slide, please. Is it the next slide? Oh, sorry, this is the last one. Ensuring licensees compliance with statutory reporting requirements in terms of the governing legislation and regulatory tools, investigation of complaints lodged by stakeholders. And there we actually have got timelines that we must meet so that a complaint does not stay with us for a very long time or an unnecessarily long time. But it's very important for us to then have all the necessary information in order for us to be able to adjudicate the complaints and whatever comes our way from the stakeholders. We will monitor the implementation of the approved tariff methodology and review the storage and loading facilities tariff methodology. Next slide, please. Now we will move to program 2, which is advocacy. I think the CEO talked a lot about this one. This is where we engage with our stakeholders, the public. Our meetings are open to the public. We also have got the communications department. So we conduct regulatory advocacy sessions, execute plans on the electricity supply industry, advocacy and stakeholder engagement activities. We conduct stakeholder workshops, meetings for piped gas and the petroleum pipelines industries, undertake electricity supply industry customer education programs. That is very important because that's where we then engage with our especially licensees, even the public, but about our processes, how we work, and how we implement our processes so that they are understood by those that are potential customers and so forth. Create partnerships at national, regional, and continental and international levels. That is key to a regulator that wants to become a world class. So we do undertake study tours to learn, but we also have got other countries coming to learn from us. So this is an information sharing platforms because it's not one. There's RERA, there's AFUR, African Forum for Utility Regulators is one of them. And so there's just a lot that we get information and share information with other regulators, whether in the energy sector or even outside the energy sector. And that makes us strong and it makes us understand what other regulators are doing, in particular in the developed countries, so we can study and learn from them as well. Implementation of the stakeholder engagement plan is very critical at this point in our organization, and we will intensify communication and reputational management. Next slide, please. This is where technological advancement takes place, innovation takes place. Even the name of this program is innovation. Here we will report on the ICT strategy, which sits on a quarterly. There's a committee that it's ITGC. It sits on a quarterly basis to go through the implementation of that approved ICT strategy, is to ensure that the organization is adequately covered in terms of all the ICT tools, but moreover, it is insulated from cyber crimes and other things that may affect technology in an organization. Also, we aim to automate most of our businesses so that we're more efficient and we're able to just have a source of information that is the same for everyone in the organization because it's kept at one place. So we will automate some of our processes. In fact, we've begun doing that. The next one, please, it will be Program 4. Program 4 really talks about efficiency and quality management. This really supports the core business, but in it we will conduct a regulatory environmental scan. This one is a big one, a big report, because it looks at the global energy industry trends per industry. And then then before we do conduct our strategic plan, including our own SWOT and internal analysis, we then have a session where we deal with that to actually then be able to say what path, what route we're taking this year, what nuances must we introduce because of what is happening maybe geopolitically or what is happening with these gas cliffs and so forth, and the shortages of energy in the country. We will review the regulatory reporting manual for non-financial and financial information. We aim to achieve another unqualified audit opinion, implement the gender mainstreaming plan, and implement and monitor the hybrid working strategy and plan. We are monitoring the litigation matters and reporting to the energy regulator and to the executive board. We implement the measures to improve NERSA's BEE that we report on the annual report, and we monitor legislative policy and case law developments that just assist us with our legal matters that is done by the legal department. The next slide, I think, will be taken by Ms. Mhlongo, who heads up the executive for HR. And this program is Program 5. Over to you, Chair, and to you, CEO. Over to you, Ms. Mhlongo. Ms. Mhlongo? CEO, must I continue? I'm not sure if I'm audible, but if I'm audible and I'm not sure if Ms. Mhlongo is not
You're
experiencing.
audible.
I'm audible. I'm not sure, CEO, if Ms. Mhlongo is not experiencing what I was experiencing earlier, but Program 5 really is geared at ensuring that the organization and its structure and the culture are fit for purpose, that we can deliver, especially now that we've got an expanded mandate through the ERA, the Electricity Regulation Act amendment. So because it has expanded our mandate, we are reviewing the organogram or the structure, just the structure, to see that indeed those additional functions that are given to us by the ERA are going to be taken care of, and that we would be able to efficiently implement them. So that is part of the function of this program. One of the things that we are currently doing is, from a culture assessment, a dipstick that we did, I think 2 years ago, we're now monitoring the results through implementation reports. We will implement the employment equity and report on it. It is a national target. 50% of women in management position is a national target. And then we also have a program called Youth Employment Accord, which is in alignment with the national government priorities through learnerships and internships. And we also have external bursaries at NERSA. Next slide, please. So this slide just talks to the warm bodies. Approved positions are 252, filled positions are 246. The vacancy rate is sitting at 2.4%. So you can see that we've got a high retention rate. In the core regulatory staff, that is the split, 135, so it's 139, which is 57% against 43%, 107 support staff. Women in management, we're over by 2%. We've got 12 interns, 8 learners, and we've got 5 fixed-term contract employees. NERSA continues to maintain the human resource capacity to the required that is required to deliver on its APP. I did say that we're looking for a structure that is fit for purpose, that is going to actually put us on the map in terms of being able to deliver on our long-term sustainable goals, especially insofar as recruiting women in leadership, youth development, and other initiatives. But this is just how we look this is the workforce of the organization, and this is how it looks. Next slide, I suspect is going to be finance. Over to you, CFO.
Thank you, Ms. Oke. I hope I'm audible. Good afternoon to the chairperson and committee members. As briefed, I will take us through the NERSA budget for 2026-27 financial year. So overall, our NERSA funding requirement for the 2026-7 financial year is 545 million. We are mainly funded from levies and license fees. These are collected based on the statutory provisions that we have in our founding legislation, which is the National Energy Regulator Act. We also have money bills, which is the Pipe Gas Levies Act and the Petroleum Pipelines Levies Act. And we also collect electricity license fees through Section 5B of the Electricity Act. So I'd like to emphasize that we collect what we need from these levies and license fees. Once we've determined the funding requirement, we gazette the proposed levies for comment from licensees. And once the inputs are received, these we present to the minister now with the budget, who then approves the levies. But we also need to have concurrence from the Minister of Finance. On that process, we are also waiting for concurrence from the Minister of Finance on the pipe gas levies and the petroleum pipeline levies. But for electricity license fees, the approvals are done and gazetted. Now, coming to the budget for 26-27 financial year, as indicated, our total expenditure for that year is 545 million. When we compare to the previous year of 2025-26, which was 510 million, the overall increase in our budget is 6.8%. So the main expenditure at NERSA really is the employment cost due to the nature of the work that we do, because we cover the 3 energy sectors, with electricity being the largest area that we regulate. The budget for employment costs is 396 million. When we compare this to the previous year's budget, there's an increase of 8.6%. The increase, the factors, the normal annual salary adjustment provision. But in this budget as well, because we have this new the additional scope in the ERA Amendment Act, we have included about 8 fixed-term positions in the electricity regulation area, where they'll be focusing on the oversight of the emerging competitive electricity market, and so forth. So there is that provision. So we will see a growth in our employee numbers because of this added scope on the electricity side. So there is a project in place there that will be that we are working on. Then when it comes to professional fees, our professional fees are around 50 million budgeted. Compared to the prior year, it's around 49 million. There's a modest increase of 2.8%. Here in the main, our professional fees are legal fees. We've got a number of cases that are ongoing, which we are defending in courts. as we are sometimes challenged in terms of on the NERSA decisions. So there's provision to ensure that we address those litigations. But we also have consulting work that is needed, where we have to review the methodologies that we use and other regulatory frameworks, or also develop new ones with this expanded mandate. Then when in terms of travel and training, it's also a significant cost at NERSA. In the main there, the travel budget of that 30 million, there is a lot of travel that happens with the compliance audits that we perform. These happen on site at the licensees, and mainly the distribution licensees, which is mainly the municipalities across the country. So there's work that happens there. We have to make provision for that. And then on training, there is importance for NERSA to continue to capacitate its staff. So there's provision to ensure there's work, there's attendance on regulatory courses and so forth. So there's provision for that, so that we are on par with what's happening in the energy sector. On other expenditures, we'll see that the budget for 26-27 compared to previous year has been reduced. Here, we believe that the costs can be maintained, can be contained, and there is really no need to increase these costs. Hence, there's a reduction on those areas. So in the main, this is to maintain the facilities. We have our ICT operating costs and the publications that we publish. So that is our budget for the 2026-27 financial year. Let me end there, Chair. Thank you very much. Over to you, CEO.
Looks like the CEO is having challenges as well. Am I audible?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I was connected via my phone now because I was kicked out of the meeting, and I trust I am audible.
Yes, you are. You are, CEO.
Okay, thank you, because there was an echo because I was connected via my phone. Chairperson, in terms of the strategic risks that we have identified as an organization, we do have 8 main or critical risks that were identified, and one of them being the rising energy costs. And in terms of our mitigating strategies as NERSA, we are planning on developing transmission pricing methodology to support improved regulatory performance and more efficient tariff determinations. We also have a mitigating strategy on this particular risk that talks to us having to collaborate with SANEDI to benchmark energy pricing trends and cost drivers. This, Chairperson, we believe it will assist in improving or reviewing our current methodologies. Chair, we also have a mitigating strategy and relates to the procurement of pricing and cost data from recognized data providers to enhance the accuracy of our tariff assessment. And again, here we do know that our sister regulator, or rather entity, SANEDI, they do have some of the information. We'll also see if we can get this. Otherwise, we would have to procure it as the energy regulator. We are also planning, Chairperson, to mitigate this particular risks by ensuring adherence to the application of our guidelines on prudency assessment. This is a process that we normally follow in assessing matters that are coming before the regulator. And linked to the prudency assessment, we are planning to do an ex-ante prudency assessment as part of the construction projects that we are reporting on, particularly within the pipe gas and the petroleum pipeline industries. The other strategic risks that we have identified is
Recording in progress.
It's lack of transformation within the energy industry. And we are saying to mitigate this particular risk, we'll conduct audits, and through these audits, we'll get some of the information that we need in terms of action items that are required to ensure that we improve on the transformation of our industries that we are regulating. And also one of the mitigating strategies we have identified is to provide regular clarity to reduce investor uncertainty. In some instances, we often find that some of our investors or interested parties that would like to invest in the sectors that we regulate do not have adequate information, and therefore then we would want to continue in terms of providing clarity to our potential investors on any matter that they deem not to be clear to them. We'll also focus on infrastructure planning to inform consideration of license application that have been received by the regulator, and also publish information on the regulated industry in terms of having a consolidated industry data. And we'll continue with environmental scanning to identify changes and feed into the regulatory development and review processes. We have also highlighted, or rather have a risk on energy supply instability. I think we have highlighted this in terms of the gas side, in terms of the gas cliff. And what we are planning on doing is to develop a liquefied natural gas import infrastructure at strategic ports across the country, as well as the associated storage and pipeline infrastructure that is required. We would also be doing a supply logistic project to identify gaps and vulnerabilities in infrastructure, and also the licensing of infrastructure to ensure sufficient storage capacity to ensure that sufficient capacity storage is available. However, this is also dependent on the number of applications that we will be receiving as a regulator. Furthermore, Chairperson, on this one, on the energy supply instability, we have a mitigating a strategy of conducting a study on the need for infrastructure, and that need for infrastructure will cover the issues such as the capacity, type of product, and as well as the location. The other strategic risk that we have identified, Chairperson, is the limitation in terms of NERSA's governing legislation, and we intend to intensify regulatory advocacy through continuous engagement with the policymakers and sector stakeholders, and also to streamline collaboration with other regulatory bodies to provide input to the draft of amendment bills and policies. And this, we believe, will assist in reviewing and strengthening internal resources, skills, and division structure to support effective regulation. Chairperson, if I may, on this one as well, just to demonstrate one of the challenges in terms of the limitation in governing legislation, we do have the NERA, which is the National Energy Regulator Act. It requires, amongst others, that the regulator can sit as a tribunal. However, when it says energy regulator, it refers to the 9 members of the energy regulator. So the challenge in terms of that provision is that of the 9, we can't all sit and make a decision and also sit as the 9 to sit as a tribunal. What we have done as a regulator is to divide the members that would sit and make a decision on a matter, and that matter, if it has to go to decide on whether that matter has to go to a tribunal, and there'll be other members that were not part of that decision that will sit as the actual tribunal. So we believe that there is that limitation, and when one compares this particular situation with what the Competition Commission has, they've got the commission, which is an equivalent of a regulator, if I were to put it in that manner, and they also have a separate tribunal. Within the energy sector or the industries that we regulate, we do not have such, but our act says we must sit as a tribunal. That is just one of the example, Chairperson, that I wanted to highlight, but there are a number of others that are challenging. And I believe with this one on tribunal, it would only have to be addressed through the revision of the National Energy Regulator Act of 2004. Chair, the next risk that we have identified is the perceived regulatory irrelevance. And Chair, this came due to some of the challenges that we have been faced with as a regulator in implementing our mandate, and some of which has come through the cases that NERSA has been taken to court on. And therefore, in terms of our mitigating strategies, we are saying that we'll monitor the compliance with legislation, policy, and methodologies, and also improve on skills training for staff, and track on the current and past legal cases that affected NERSA, and also review some of those rulings and extract out of them the lessons learned, and also to see how these can assist in reducing the exposure to litigation. Chairperson, I must say that we are doing this currently as well. However, there is a provision in NERA that says that any party or affected party that feels aggrieved by a decision of the energy regulator, they do have a right to take the regulator to court, which is why we have had some of these illegal cases. Chair, we're also saying that we will be communicating the judgment outcomes to NERSA and its stakeholders, such that it is clarified, because some of the judgments that are passed in some of the cases are not well clarified or well understood by some of our stakeholders. We also are saying that Chairperson will intensify stakeholder engagement through increased consultations, workshop, and educational initiatives to ensure consistent understanding and application of what our mandate expects us to do, and also the decision that we would have taken as the regulator. The next risk, Chairperson, is on possible disruption in the operations of NERSA. And we have indicated in terms of our mitigating strategies that we would be facilitating the business continuity management plan and continuously conducting the disaster recovery to mitigate that particular risk. And also we are saying we are going to have a phased implementation and monitoring of the approved cybersecurity strategy and roadmap, and also to modernize or enhance our systems such that through upgrades, replacement, and as well as those that are no longer relevant, we just decommission them, Chairperson. The next strategic risk is the decline in revenue streams. Chairperson, I think the CFO highlighted this, that we are funded through levies for the two industries, that is the petroleum pipeline and the pipe gas industry. And for electricity, we are funded through license fees that are imposed on generators of electricity. And with a specific reference to the two industries, pipe gas and petroleum pipeline, we tend not to meet the actual volume that would have estimated in terms of the revenue we're expecting from them, and hence any volumes that are less than what we have projected, they end up with us not having not achieving what we would have expected in terms of the funding. Chairperson, the Act also has got other provisions, especially the NERA, in terms of how we can be funded. One of them, Chairperson, is the a request for appropriation from Parliament. We did do that for the 2026, this financial year, 26-27. However, our request was not approved, and therefore then we are looking at other means of funding ourselves. And also, Chairperson would also want to have probably a monies bill, particularly for the electricity industry, because it only limits us to be funded through the license fees on generators. On any other activities that we have to conduct as a regulator, there are certain limitations in terms of that. So we thought that if we have money bills like the other two industries, that may clarify how we can be funded, and that funding should be make us to be sustainable. The last one, Chair, is the risk on organizational structure not being aligned with the organization's expanded mandate. I think Ms. Potter touched on the amendment of ERA, which came into effect in January 2025. And this particular piece of legislation has brought up additional activities for the regulation of the electricity industry. And Chairperson, we have reviewed what this particular act requires us to do, and when compared to the structure that we have noted that it was not well aligned. So we have started with an organizational review project where we are trying to align it with what is required in terms of the additional mandate that has been brought by the ERA. That particular project is in progress. However, we have tried, I think, as indicated by Ms. Potter under the HR section, that we have appointed some of fixed-term employees. I think it's about 5 that are currently assisting with what needs to be done, because the work that needs to be done cannot stop up until this project is finalized. So we are expected to execute what has been added to us on the electricity regulation side. Next slide, which is our last slide, Chairperson. We just want to thank the committee for the opportunity that they've given us to come and present our 2026-27 annual performance plan and budget, Chair. Chair, that is the end of our presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Just a slight connection problem. I believe that brings us to the end of the presentation of both the entities that started. We are now going to allocate 10 minutes to each member of the committee for questions and responses. So that it is quick, can the chairpersons and CEOs lead the answering of these questions? If they're not answering themselves, quickly direct who should, so that it is smooth and quick. Can we please get hands from members of the committee? Okay, I see the 4 hands from the members of the committee. Can you please assist me, Mr. Kodze?
First one is Mr. Paulson, Chair.
Okay, he's always tricking me with new names on his device.
He's trying to confuse you, Chair.
Okay, so we're going to have Honorable Paulson and Honorable Drink, Honorable Ngosi, Honorable Babti in that order. 10 minutes has started.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the representatives from NERSA and the NNR as well. Chair, if you don't mind, could I put off my camera? You can see it's me. It's not a AI generated.
Of course, of course.
Thank you very much. Chair, my first question is to the NNR entity. And the total expenditure for 26-27 financial year is budgeted at 335.9 million. And yet the budget for goods and services is projected to decrease by 58.9%, falling from 268.7 million to 110.3 million. So what specific operational shifts or cost-saving measures has led to this significant reduction, and how will it affect the entity's ability to maintain regulatory oversight? Because that's a huge drop in the reduction of goods and services, Chair. Thank you very much. That's my first question.
The NNR representatives.
Okay, I think I'll allow the CFO to respond to that.
Yeah. Should we wait for all other hands if there are other questions, Chair? Or should we take the question as they come?
You respond to the question.
Okay. In terms of the total budget, the 335 million.
Chairperson, if you could also ask the entities not to give too long an explanation so that we could get through more questions as well, please. Thank you.
Oh,
Okay,
noted,
thanks.
Honorable
Yeah,
Paulson.
I think noted. The decrease, I think it's as a result of efficient allocation of resources, because previously we'll have allocated the resources within the programs, and we came to realize that they don't fully utilize it in terms of their activities without having to impact the deliverables. So the decrease does not affect the oversight responsibility in terms of visiting the facilities. We are still able to visit the facilities, but we redirected the expenditure to the other activities that are needed within the regulator, which include a capital expenditure in the main, where we need to uplift the building. But the oversight responsibilities are not affected by the redirecting of this expenditure, because we are still able to do the required number of inspection and review all the submissions that are required. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maluleke, but I still don't understand. So if you're saying that in previous years, most of the budget for those particular programs were not spent, and what happened to that money?
Yeah, because we are funded 75% with our own revenue generated, we've requested National Treasury to allow us to retain the surplus, because 80% of the income is self-generated. Then we are able to finance those other programs where the resources are most needed. And we've got the project that we've submitted to Treasury, including the solar energy efficiency project within the building that we are installing. And then we've got other project of uplifting the head office building.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maluleke. Mr. Maluleke, so I don't know if you're going to answer the next one as well. The report speaks about targeted procurement. So NNR has a target to spend 70% of its procurement on targeted designated groups. But you don't clearly define those designated groups in the plan. And could you specify which demographics, example, women, youth, people with disabilities are included in that target, and so that, going forward, we could actually measure the objectives and track the progress in terms of spending procurement on targeted designated groups.
The targeted groups are women's, people living with disability, and this is aligned to our procurement policy plus the PPPFA. So we allocate the criteria in line with what the PPPFA requires in terms of people living with disability, women's. Then, but we understand to say maybe we can break it further to say in terms of allocation, how did the actual spend gone? We can try to see if we can share more details in that regard. I understand that question.
Thank you very much. And then in program 3, the NNR has a history of overperforming on its target for 100% implementation of reviews and assessment plans. And you often report achievements above 100%. Now, so what it tells me, if you consistently achieve over 100% of your targets, are these targets not a little bit too soft for you? Can you not instead look at achievable stretch goals that will rather challenge you instead of just maintaining the same targets year on year?
I'll allow you to come in on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Maluga. Thank you, Honorable Paulson. So the way the reviews and assessment is a core activity of a nuclear safety regulator. And the reason why we target 100% is because just in terms of planning principles, we cannot plan for 120%. But what happens, Dr. Paulson, is that at the beginning of the financial year, so the operating organizations do not stop making their requests to the regulator, whether it is a license change request or it is a new application. They make them throughout the year. But at the beginning of the financial year, we check how many submissions are open, call it in the account. And that's where we start the count. And then we say in a particular quarter, how many of those need to be done. But what then happens is in the middle of that quarter, if something happens at the power plant, say there is a reactor scram for a particular reason,
okay,
the operator then needs to go through a process to get back to safe operations. And we have to review those submissions. But you can understand they would not have been part of your opening account at the beginning of the reporting period. So what then happens is when we report, we then indicate we had planned to do these X number. And in addition, we then had these new ones that came in that needed to be responded to probably as a matter of agency. And we are required to do those. And then we have to report on them and indicate, to the board and to the ministry that, yes, indeed, we had planned this many. But in addition, then there were this many that needed to be done. So this is why then you will always see this plus on the reviews and assessment. It's because of the nature of regulating, facilities that are in operations, and things happen when you are in an operating facility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That sounds very plausible. Thank you very much for your responses. Chairperson, I'm now going to switch to NERSA. Chairperson? Okay.
Yes, it's all part of we're taking both the reports.
Okay. The revenue forecast for NERSA's 2026-2027 financial year shows substantial increases in license fees and levies across all sectors. 17.4% for electricity, 28.7% for piped gas, and 42.6% for petroleum pipelines. So I'd like to know, Chair, what specific operational requirements or industry changes have necessitated these sharp increases, and how will this and how will this impact the final cost for consumers? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'll ask Ms. Bono, CFO, to respond to that question. Ms. Bono.
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, indeed, we do show an increase in our license fees and levies. The reason being is that in previous financial years, we've had substantial, I would say substantial accumulated surpluses. And when we levied the licensees in those previous years, I think in the past 3 years, we refunded them by not collecting in full based on the expenditure. So as part of the budget process, we make provision to refund because we've got accumulated surpluses, and those refunds then reduce what we collect. So now we've reached a stage where the surpluses now have been depleted. We've utilized most of it. We've only have limited surpluses left. So now what happens is, although the expenditure is not increasing year on year, as you've seen in the budget presentation, so we have to ramp up now the levies and license fees. But another critical factor that impacts this increase is that when projected volumes drop, because the levies and license fees is based on the expenditure that we need and also the volumes that are projected by licensees. So we've seen volumes declining, and we've highlighted that in our strategic risks. When those volumes decline, it ramps up the levy rate and the license fee rate. So hence that increase, significant increase. First one being accumulated surpluses are no longer utilized. And the second part is that we have volumes that are declining, which impact then in terms of what we need to collect based on the regulatory needs. So the expenditure does not really increase significantly. And the impact on consumers, there is a very little impact to none. With electricity, license fees, I mean, it's around 360 million, roughly, that we collect mainly from Eskom. And that is very, it has literally no impact much on the electricity costs when Eskom requests their tariff. On the other licensees, your petroleum pipelines, the levies, I think those are refunded through the CEF, if I'm not mistaken. I'll ask CEO to assist me there. But the impact is very minimal in the bigger scheme of things. I hope I've answered the question. Maybe CEO can assist in terms of how levies from the petroleum sector are handled. Yes.
And Chair, with your permission, just to add on what the CFO has said, in terms of our processes for the levies and license fees on the electricity side, the levies are on the two other industries. We are required by legislation to publish what we are proposing to impose as our levies or license fees. For electricity, that's a process done by the minister within DEE. And any comments that we get on the levies or license fee, we need to ensure that we address them, and in addressing them, that gets part of the submission to the Minister of DEE together with the Minister of Finance before they can approve them. So there is a process really to just get the public's input on the impact of what we are proposing as the energy regulator for them to submit their comments. I trust that addition addresses Mr. Honorable Paulson's question. Thank you.
Your time is up, Mr. Paulson.
Oh, man. Thank you very much. Chair, will we be getting another? Probably not. Thank you very much.
You are covered. Okay. The next is Honorable Dring.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me firstly appreciate the presentations from both the NNR and NERSA, and understanding from yesterday, one realizes just how quickly 10 minutes goes by. That being said, I'm going to alternate my questions so I can try to cover both the NNR as well as NERSA. So it's going to be one question to NNR and then another. The next question will be to NERSA. So my first question to the NNR is just with regards to financial sustainability and the cost recovery model. Does the NNR actually believe that the funding model is sustainable over the medium term, especially as we notice the possibility of nuclear expansion? And what reforms are proposed to ensure adequate cost recovery from licensees without compromising the regulatory effectiveness? And then I think, Chair, just on that as well, Honorable Paulson has actually covered the concern with regards to the 24% decrease in goods and services in terms of the budget in Program 1. But the other concern is one looks at capital expenditure, and capital expenditure has been reduced by some 63%, from 15.7 million in the previous financial year to 5.7 million in this financial year. This reduction in capital expenditure, it reduces things like machine upgrades and facility maintenance. And as a result, increases the risk of equipment failure. So, in addition to the previous questions, just on the model of funding model being sustainable, can you explain why there is such a large capital expenditure reduction, and does this not compromise your safety programs? Thank you, Chair. First question.
Thank you, Chair. I will quickly answer the question. The cost recovery model currently as it stands, I think it supports the sustainability of the regulator in the sense that the nuclear installation as it is in the country have just received the extension into a 20-year life. And then the basis of how we charge fee, it's focusing on the safety significance. So we recover in order to be able to play an oversight role on the safety of the nuclear big installation, which is NERSA and Eskom. So we are able to recover adequately to be able to cater for safety. Then in terms of the medium term, there are things such as the NERSA that they need to go into the MPR. So we are looking into that, and we are able to model it in such a way that we can recover to be able to place an oversight role. There's talks of the nuclear installation in terms of Eskom as well. So we structure and recover it in such a way that we are able to place an oversight on those planned nuclear installation of the Eskom that are planned. So the cost recovery focuses on the safety, and we need to make sure that we adequately recover to be able to do those regulatory work. The significant reduction on the capital expenditure, you will remember we constructed a building and we completed it. So the cost for constructing the building was elevated as a result of construction of the building. We have since completed that project. So gradually, the expenditure is expected to decline in that regard. And then we'll laboratory. So the plan first was to construct the building and complete it. Now that we've completed it, we're focusing on the maintenance of the laboratory equipment and purchasing new equipment for the lab. But because of the construction has been completed, that's why you see a significant decline in the capital expenditure. I hope.
No, thank you. I think the capital expenditure one and previous questions are, I think that they are adequately covered. Thank you. Chair, then I'm going to go to NERSA, and just with regards to electricity tariffs and affordability. How does NERSA's the 2026-27 APP balance Eskom's cost recovery requirements with consumer affordability? And noting also the debacle around that 54 billion oversight by NERSA and the effect that has actually had on tariff increases, electricity tariff increases. So what measurable targets are in place to limit above inflation increases going forward?
The person, may I ask Mr. Mathebula to come in, and I'll come in later to add. Mr. Mathebula, please do respond.
Thanks, CEO. Thanks, CEO. I must indicate that the process of the allowable revenue for Eskom is embedded in the multi-year price determination, which for this multi-year price determination 6, it was for the 3 years, which started last year. Now we are on the 2nd year of that determination, and next year will be on the 3rd and last year of the determination. So the determination itself has pronounced in terms of what will be the price increases for the 3 years. The only thing that remains in the process, it's the regulatory clearing account, as well as the Eskom rates structure that is managed on a year-to-year basis. So we are obviously now preparing to see whether we are moving into multi-year price determination 7, and how we are going to deal with that now with the introduction of the South African wholesale market that is expected to open soon. The market itself introduced a different dynamic whereby all the generators of electricity will be selling their electricity to the market, and all the customers, including municipalities, will be sourcing their electricity from there. So that in itself will be calling for a different pricing regime. So as the regulator at the moment, we are going through a process of introducing a new pricing process that will take care of the introduction of the market, and that in itself, it becomes a new methodology. So that process, at the moment, we are busy with the development of the pricing methodology. It will be published for public consultation, where all the stakeholders will be participating in terms of our new approach into pricing that must include the introduction of the wholesale market. So we are currently in that process to ensure that the introduction of the wholesale market is catered for in our pricing approach. However, I must indicate that the multi-year price determination 6, its implementation, it ends in March 2028.
No, thank you. I'm not going to, CEO, if you could also please not add, because I've got limited time. I'm going to go into my second question to the NNR. And this is a question with regards to capacity, skills, and institutional strength. So at NNR, it's a highly technical nature in terms of nuclear regulation. But what concrete steps have been taken to address skills shortages in the main, and then also to retain expertise, and in particular, the institutional knowledge where you have this attrition of workers either passing on, retiring, or taking transfers. And then also building internal capacity to regulate both current and future nuclear technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tring. So at the NNR, we have different plans in place, starting with succession plans. We have a recruitment plan. A few years ago, when South Africa was still talking about the 14,000 megawatts program, we went through a process to try and determine the level of growth that we would have to have in the NNR to be able to regulate such a program. And that is what we have been using to, as and when resources are available, to gradually grow the resources of the regulator. Back then, we even had things like a bursary program. We had placed some young people in other parts of the world that have come back and they work for the regulator. So between our approved structure and the recruitment plans that we have, as well as the pipeline that we had for the current size of the program, we do absolutely recognize that these plans are going to have to be expedited and strengthened further as we prepare for the 5,200 megawatts program. But of course, there's always the challenge of, until there is an application from whoever will be the applicant for these power plants, as the NNR, we cannot charge. Without an application, we cannot charge an application fee or a license fee. So which means that we would need to have increased contributions from the parliamentary appropriation. And this is a process that we are engaging the department in to say gradually in the next couple of years, the appropriation of the NNR will need to grow by a certain amount that allows us to be able to engage with the universities, re-establish that pipeline of young people that will join the organization, as well as attract some of the skills that had left South Africa in the last 10 years. We have a whole lot of South Africans sitting in the Middle East. They have been working in the UAE on the Baraka nuclear power plant. And so there is opportunity to attract those skills back into the country, but we will, of course, need the requisite level of funding to be able to do that. But we are absolutely alive to the fact that the 168 people we currently have are not enough to be able to undertake the work related to the expanded program with the additional 5,200 of new nuclear megawatts that are expected to be built and come online between 2036 and 2039. Thank you.
No, thank you. Chair, my final question.
Your time is up. Your time is up, Mr. Three.
Okay, I thought I could sneak this one in, Ariko.
No, come in.
I saw you.
Come in. I am allowing because of the not so smooth transition between the responses.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Then my last question, Chair, to NERSA. NERSA not only oversees the licensees such as Eskom, but also the municipalities. So how will you strengthen NERSA? What is the plans in terms of this APP to strengthen oversight of municipal electricity tariffs? And there's been a lot of debate, particularly on this particular committee, where it is viewed that some of the municipal tariffs are quite excessive. So what is NERSA's plan to strengthen oversight of municipal electricity tariffs and to address non-compliance, particularly where municipalities fail to align with approved tariff structures or misuse of electricity revenues? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tring. I'll respond to this one. Mr. Matibula can add if there's any. Chair, what we have done in terms of this particular area is to really strengthen our compliance and monitoring in terms of license conditions. And I think we have had a challenge with some municipalities not really complying with the license conditions. However, before we even get to the stage where we recommend revocation, the Act requires us that we must have an alternative supplier that is in place that will take over from the licensee that will be revoking their license. So, Chair, we are, and as well as the process of really taking them to the tribunal has started to enforce them to really comply with license conditions, because that process really requires us to notify them of their non-compliant areas and give them opportunity to rectify it. And if they cannot, we then move on to the process of saying we will impose a fine. However, the fine is, I think it's 2 million per day for those municipalities that are not complying with that. So, Chair, the tribunal processes that we have started with, it is going to be addressing a lot of these issues with municipalities that are really not compliant with their conditions of license. Thank you, Chair. I don't know if Mr. Matebula wants to add anything. Thank you.
Covered, CEO.
No, we will end it there.
Thank you, Chair.
We are moving on to Honorable Ngozi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair, I would also like to welcome the report from both NERSA and NNR. I will start first with NNR on the public education of nuclear. Honorable Chair, the program, which is program 4, I think, yeah, it's program 4, lists only 2 education programs in nuclear safety and security. And Comrade Chair, Honorable Chair, I mean, given the specialized safety and security, of the industry, what is the entity's broader strategy for educating the general public on nuclear safety? That is a very crucial, Chair. I just wanted to check because on the program, it only lists only 2 education programs. Just wanted to get maybe clarity on that first.
Chair, if I may, through you.
Yes.
Okay, so the 2 programs that we have on the APP relate to the education of staff of the regulator, but when we do implement those programs, we do extend the invitation to the operators. As it relates to the members of the public, we do have several activities that we do throughout the year that as examples, you know, we engage with the schools in the areas around nuclear facilities. We have days where we visit the schools, engage with the learners. We do have outreach programs that involve us going into communities that live close to the operating facilities. We sometimes go into the community centers, the shopping centers, taxi rank, where we share as much information as we can with the members of the public on the matters of nuclear safety and the overall mandate of the NNR. And then, of course, as and when we get, you know, invitations at different events, this is how we try and get the message about the mandate of the NNR out there to the general public. But I just wanted to clarify that the 2 that are on that on the APP relate specifically to the training that we need to give to the professionals that work in this sector. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. At least it's clearer. On the targeted procurement, that is on your, I think it's page 4. The entity aims to allocate 70% of the procurement spent to targeted designated groups. I just want to understand who exactly falls under these groups and what measurable objectives have been set to track the impact of this spending. Through you, Chair. Like I've said earlier, the target is for the previously disadvantaged people. In the main, the criteria focuses on people living with disability, women, and those that were economically disadvantaged previously. So, and these criteria are linked directly to the triple PFA requirement in terms of procurement and in terms of service providers. We don't identify specific service providers, but as we advertise tenders and procurement,
You are not clear at all now.
We have these listed requirements, and if the responses meet the criteria, we are able to award this provider. And then in terms of we track the total spend, is because there's, the network, it's a bit bad. Can you hear me now?
Oh, we can.
Can you hear me sometimes?
We can
you hear me now, Chairperson? You can hear me
Yes.
now. Yes, so I was saying the 70% allocation, it's aligned to the triple PFA with people living with disability, women's, as well as those who were previously disadvantaged to participate in the economy. The criteria are advertised with a requisition. We don't identify specific service providers. So when we advertise, we have these requirements and they respond. If the respond meets the requirement, we are able to award and we are able to track in terms of the participation, in terms of the actual spend. The 30%, like we've said, we left it out because there are specialized services that even when you advertise those criteria, service providers can't meet those requirements. And that's why we left the 30% aside.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just wanted to check just one more question on the site licensing updates. What is the current status of the new nuclear installation license applications for Thijspand and Doenefontein?
Thank you, Chair, through you. So the Thijspand application, we had been awaiting submission of what was the outstanding information in 2024, and the applicant has since provided this outstanding information to the regulator, and we are reviewing the submission. Once that is complete, and because it will be information that was not there when the public participation process was done previously, we will have to go back in a publish and comment phase for the members of the public to be able to then engage with that new information, make their comments to the regulator, and following that, we will see if the board will then decide if there's a need for a round of public hearings. On Doenefontein as well, we have received the Eskom submits chapters of the Doenefontein site safety report. So as and when we receive a chapter or relevant chapter, we then start our review and assessment of those chapters. So Doenefontein is a little bit, I would say, behind where we are with Thijspand, because with Thijspand, there's already been a round of publish and comment and public hearings, except that then Eskom had major information gaps that we sent them back on. And now that they have submitted, we have instructed them to prepare the public information document that will be used for the publish and comment phase to facilitate the public engagement with these technical submissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just go quickly to NERSA. NERSA, I just have one concern in terms of the misalignment of budget and performance. I feel that there is a disconnect between your financial allocation and output productivity across different programs. What do I mean? Program 4 on your operational efficiency consumes 39.5% of the budget with only 9 performance indicators. And in contrast with Program 1, which is a regulatory service delivery that handles 50 indicators with a similar budget share of 40.8%. So my question is, can NERSA maybe explain the cause of this alignment and maybe justify why Program 4 requires such high level of funding for relatively few targets?
Thank you, Chair. May I just ask the CFO to start first, Ms. Bono?
Okay, thanks for the question. Yes, in terms of how we allocate funding, the first priority goes to the regulatory activities, and the split that we do in terms of the allocation of funding is based on the number of employees per program in the regulatory divisions and the support program. But I'll indicate that there is substantive work that is done in the support functions as well, because they are cross-cutting across all the regulatory divisions. So there is that allocation of the budget to ensure that, the regulatory programs are supported adequately. For example, our legal function, it's not allocated specifically to the various programs, but it sits in the support function. So they serve all the regulatory divisions. So hence you will see that it looks like there is misalignment, but there isn't. It's just the manner in which the budget is allocated based on the number of employees. But with indicators, all the support function also play a very significant role in terms of inputting into the regulatory side of work that we do.
Thank you very much.
Ms.
Lastly,
Bono, maybe just to add that in terms of the Act of NERA, we are required to ring fence the 3 regulated industries in terms of the funds that or budget that we get from them and the performance. And in terms of that, we then have the governance part, which is the support function, that the Act says that it must be apportioned amongst the 3. And we have developed a methodology that looks at the size of the industries that we are using to be able to allocate what needs to go to the governance side from the 3 industries. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Maybe also following up on the question about, I just wanted
So the time is up. You can just finish the follow-up.
Let me just follow up, please. Yes, thank you very much, Chair. The overall number of performance targets has decreased from 81 in the 2025-26 financial year to 73 in the 26-27 financial year. So it has decreased. So while targets are dropping, the total expenditure budget has increased to 534.5 million, specifically on Program 1, which has around 6.9% increase in budget, while indicators decrease. So I just wanted to check what informed the reduction in the performance indicators, and what are the specific regulatory areas that are no longer being measured, and what is driving the budget increase despite a lower volume of planned outputs? Thank you.
Ms. Bono, do you want to start first, or Ms. Boke, over to you?
Maybe Ms. Bote can come in terms of
I am.
Sorry.
Yes, I'm coming in terms of the number of KPIs. So what has happened with the KPIs, especially in the first program, in Program 1, especially in electricity, is that we had to align most of that work with the ERA, and so some of the that we had to take out were redundant per se. They were no longer relevant because they were placed by some of the era. And so perhaps we had cascaded the because it is sufficiently covered. We even have got brand new indicators. Section 18, Section 19, Section 29 are new in the 2026, 2025, 2026 APP. But that's what happened. We aligned, or we realigned with ERA, especially the amendment. Thanks.
And just to add, Chairperson, as well, is the fact that based on some of the findings that we had with our internal audit and external audit, we had to review our targets and really streamline them. And hence, there has been a reduction in some of the areas, particularly under Program 1 on service delivery. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think that brings us to the end of the questions and discussions that were directed to the two presentations, which we have already received. We are now going to move on with
Chair, what
our
about my questions?
Oh, sorry, I didn't
Chair?
see I saw your hand down. I thought you were no longer coming through. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Dealing with the NNR first, and I'm looking at slide 15, which is the regulatory scorecard. I see there are 14 outcome indicators on that scorecard. My question is, how does this compare with what we had in 25-26? Are there any marked changes in the indicators? Anything that's noteworthy in terms of changes to the indicators that we are now looking at for this year?
Thank you, Honorable Bapti. So on slide 15, we do not have significant changes because the strategic plan of the NNR was not amended in this period, not in a major way, except some changes that could be covered with an annexure to the APP. So these measures on our balance scorecard has not changed from the previous period because our mandate has fundamentally not changed from the previous year. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, my question 2 is covered. It dealt with the reduction in the application fees, but I do want to go back to the other one on slide 28, and that had to do with goods and services. Just going to pick it up quickly. And what I noted there is that at the beginning of the last year, the goods and services started off in the budget at 112 million, but there was that big increase in the adjustment of 156 million. Can we just have a quick explanation as to what that was for?
Okay. You will notice that during the budget adjustment, I think Treasury approved a surplus retention around October last year. So they said because we are approving this surplus in the year in we are approving it in the current year, you need to spend it by the year end. Then we did highlight to them to say, look, the project that we've requested this retention for are multi-years. By year end, we might not have finished everything, and therefore, as a result, a solar project for installation started. So therefore, we'll roll over through the cash flow on our side, and then as a result of that allocation, so like I indicated, we're allowed to retain the amount. So the initial, if you look at it, the decrease from 112 to 110 is the marginal decrease. The rest of the money, it's for the surpluses that we had to retain through the cash flow.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Next one, I'm going to move to NERSA then. Slide 30, which is the budget. There is a category there, Knowledge Center and we're seeing a 15.5% increase from 25.6 to 6.7. I could just have a quick explanation as to what that covers and why the substantial increase.
Okay, so the Knowledge Center budget mainly covers the subscriptions that we get from various publications. When the regulatory divisions assess the applications and assess their tariff applications, they need to do certain benchmarks and assess performance of the industry and so forth. So these publications, they are costly, so they do increase. That's mainly the reason why, but the increase is not that significant, really. I think it's just the value from, I think, 8 million to 9 million. So
Yeah.
it's mainly those subscriptions that we need when we make decisions. Thanks.
Thank you. My second question is covered, and that had to do with the rising energy costs. My third one has to do with strategic risks, and I'm looking at slide 32. Under slide 32, energy supply and stability, first bullet says, develop liquefied natural gas import infrastructure at strategic ports across the country, as well as the associated storage and pipeline infrastructure. And my question is, what is NERSA's role in this development? How does NERSA fit into the picture in terms of developing the import infrastructure at the ports?
Let me ask Mr. Ngumalo, who's the EM for the regulation of pipe gas, to come in. Otherwise, I will respond. Mr. Ngumalo, respond.
Thank you, CEO, and good afternoon to members. I think just to clarify that NERSA's role with regard to that development is really the licensing. What NERSA does, we license the construction of those facilities. We also license the operation of the facilities. And lastly, we would then license the trading of the gas. But part of that development then relates to just interaction at large with stakeholders and would-be investors, just to make sure that we assist them in understanding the regulatory requirements that are related to those facilities.
I got that. All right, and then my final one is to do with risk number 8, of organizational structure not sufficiently aligned with the expanded mandate. And that expanded mandate arises obviously from the Electricity Regulation Amendment Act. You did mention that you're busy with the changes to the organogram to deal with that expanded mandate. The question is, when will you be finished the exercise? When will that be over? I heard a mention of 8 positions, but could we have some indication of when the exercise will conclude?
Chairperson, if I may, thank you, Honorable Bapti. The plan is that in the second quarter or so of our financial year of 2026-27, we would have finalized this, because we have started in the previous year in terms of identifying what we needed as a regulator to ensure that we align ourselves with the changes that are brought by ERA. As an example, Chairperson, we have to deal with a system operator, market surveillance, which is something that was not there in our act for the regulation of the electricity industry. And again, some of these particular added activities requires us to research and benchmark as to what in other areas where they have, for example, a systems operator, market operator, what is it that they are doing, and what is it that we then can take from there to suit our current situation in South Africa. So we are planning that in the second or third quarter of the financial year, we need to have finalized this. And again, Chair, I must stress the fact that this process is also linked to the process that is carried out by the Department of DEE and as well as the presidency part, because what we need to do needs to be informed by a policy position and a roadmap. And if the policy position and roadmaps are not finalized as a regulator, because we are implementing government legislation and policy direction, then it means that as NERSA, our plans may be delayed as well. So, but we are working with those structures, the DEE and the presidency in terms of this particular project. But the tentative timelines is that in the third quarter or late in the second or third quarter, this will be finalized. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. That's me. I'm done.
Thank you. You're right on time since you didn't have to be stopped. Okay. So we are then going to proceed to take the other two presentations. I do see that there's a request from NERSA to be excused now that they are done with responding to the questions, and they may be excused. We also saw the apology of the Deputy Minister who could not sit for the remainder of the meeting due to a flight. We are now going to proceed, colleagues, to receiving the reports from the South African National Energy Development Institute and the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute. So SANEDI will start with the presentation.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee. Let me also just acknowledge the Honorable Deputy Minister and as well as the Minister in absentia. Chair, my name is Tailo Tulu. I chair the board of SANEDI. It is really my distinct privilege really to present our strategic plan for 2025, I think 2030, alongside our annual performance plan, also known as APP, for 2026-2027. Chair, I'm joined today by our executives and as well as the governance team, Prof. Prathapan Moodley, who is our acting CEO, and I will probably give context on the subsequent slide as to why we're the acting CEO. I'm also joined by Mr. Nhlanhla Mzila, our acting CFO, since our CFO has been seconded to the department. And as well as I'm joined by Masaka Mbonambi, who is our chairperson of Audit and Risk Committee. So, Chair, I will invite the team to contribute to specific sections of this presentation where there are obviously deep operational and financial expertise are most relevant as we continue with the presentation. And as well as, I think most importantly, today's presentation is delivered with a profound sense of board stewardship, the accountability, and as well as the oversight as we guide SANEDI through this critical period of transition, especially at the leadership level. I'll ask Prof. Moodley to go to the next slide so that I can be able to give a bit of context. Chair, we have structured our presentation today as a clear and obviously logical journey for the committee. We will obviously begin by addressing our recent governance stabilization and as well as a broader strategic context in which we currently operate as SANEDI. From there, we will also outline our strategic direction and also some of the core programs, directly linking them to the tangible performance and also the impact that we are delivering as SANEDI. And finally, we will then conclude with the transparent overview of our budget and as well as our commitment in terms of the immediate next step. If you go to the next slide. Chair, maybe a bit of acknowledgements as a preamble before we delved into the details. It is crucial that we obviously acknowledge the ecosystem that makes us work, that make obviously our work possible. We also extend our deep, I think, gratitude to the Department of Electricity and Energy, I think, for their unwavering policy leadership and as well as the executive oversight that they've provided. Also, I think we equally thank the Portfolio Committee for your rigorous accountability and as well as guidance, which you continue to give us, and obviously it sharpens our institutional focus, as it were. So again, it should be remiss of me if I don't thank our board, the management and staff. So we thank them for their steadfast commitment in terms of the clean governance and as well as obviously the uninterrupted delivery of services, I think, during especially this transition period as we stabilize the leadership. And then we obviously finally deeply appreciate, I think, the partners that works with us, especially the development partners and as well as partners who obviously, I think, critically collaborate with us so that we actually scale up our impact and obviously far beyond the baseline resources that we get from the fiscus. If you can just go to the next slide, please. Chair, in terms of the context for the APP and as well as our strategic plan, if I can just go through that, our strategy is deeply rooted, Chair, in the realities of South Africa's current LNG landscape. And we've made sure that even from the previous cycle, there's an alignment in terms of what SANEDI does versus the challenges that the country faced with. So as a board, we are acutely aware of the ongoing grid constraints, the complex supply demand, I think, balancing pressures, and also the severe, I think, municipal affordability, as you've just heard earlier on, in terms of the challenges that are faced by our communities. And that's why we're collaborating with the regulator in dealing with some of those. Chair, building on this, I think SANEDI's strategic response is clear and deliberate in the sense we are prioritizing policy relevance research and innovation as guided by the ministry. We are also ensuring the absolute continuity in terms of the service delivery during our leadership transition. And we are also significantly strengthening our governance controls as SANEDI. So our work remains, I think, meticulously aligned with the Department of Electricity and Energy priorities, Chair. And this includes obviously advancing the universal access to energy and as well as supporting municipalities and bolstering some of the energy security measures through the IRP that has been delivered, of which SANEDI played a critical role, and as well as the IEP modeling, smart grids, and as well as some of the storage, I think, initiative that we busy with. We are also, Chair, I think, as you will see as part of the presentation, aggressively pursuing some of the industrialization through the EVs, the green hydrogen, and as well as a call to X innovation so that we remain relevant. So looking outward, we are obviously, Chair, leveraging as well on the vital scaling up of opportunities such as our EPC rollout and as well as the smart metering that we're monitoring as part of the RT29 with the National Treasury, and as well as alongside the international platforms that we've been involved in and driving it on behalf of the ministry, like, for instance, the BRICS that we're involved with now, and as well as the African Union and the G20 legacy projects, I think, as well, which are critical, I think, to the energy future. Next slide. Chair, just to cover some of the stabilization aspect from the governance point of view, let me maybe speak directly to our institutional stability and also the stabilization journey that we've undertaken. As you can see, the timeline, Chair, on top of the slide, I think since the appointment of the new board in November, we have deliberately and proactively overseen the stabilization of SANEDI. Our baseline was established with the approval of our revised plan in March, also following the resignation of our CEO in December, who officially departed at the end of March based on the serving period that we had negotiated at that particular time, I think, as the board. And I must say, Chair, that we moved swiftly to stabilize the leadership, and hence that's why we have Prof. Tavapan Mudli as the acting CEO, so that there's continuity within the business, who's obviously been part of SANEDI, I think, over time. By January, Chair, we completed the comprehensive board induction and allocated subcommittees responsibilities to ensure there's a zero lapse in the oversight. And then, Chair, by April, we officially appointed our acting CEO, Prof. Moodley, and initiated the formal recruitment process as well for a permanent executive position. I must assure the committee as well that this transition has been orderly, governance continuity has been strictly maintained, and our institutional oversight is stronger than ever, Chair. If you just go to the next slide, and I think this is the board. If you look at the new members, and also we ensure that there's continuity around that. Chair, coming to the subcommittees, just to give a practical effect to this rigorous oversight that we've provided as a board. So the board has established 3 robust subcommittees forming our practical governance architecture. So these critical committees, obviously, it's the Audit and Risk Committee. Obviously, it's expectedly chaired by Ms. Mbonambi, who's part of us today. Also, I think the Technical Projects Committee led by Prof. Porus, which basically ensures that the scientific integrity of our work is respected. And I think that's where most of the core technical work happens. So there's capability in that environment. And as well as, I think, the HR and REM committee guided by Ms. Goranteng, who was also the deputy chair. Honorable Chair and members, I think more importantly, I think these committees are obviously active engines of our accountability, providing the deep technical scrutiny and leadership stability that is required so that we can be able to better support the executives and obviously make sure that the mandate is flawlessly managed. If you just go to the next slide. Chair, I think I'll have to brag about some of the past achievements as we lay the foundation, I think, for the APP going forward. So this governance stability, Chair, has obviously enabled our performance on the ground. As you can see, I think some of the stats there, which I'm not going to go into details, but I'm incredibly proud to report that in 2025-2026 financial year, SANEDI delivered a highly meaningful measurable result. As you can see, some of the key achievements, just to highlight, the 4.33 million tons of greenhouse gas that were reduced through our program, also 4.4 million megawatt hours of energy that was savings that were delivered through our programs. And also in terms of the EPC program, we've actually registered 2004 buildings that have been successfully done, and some we've visited as well as the board just to witness some of this work. Obviously, this is through, I think, the program that we run with the South African Revenue Services at the end. So crucially, Chair, we successfully maintained a clean audit, which is now, I think, ever since we took over, we've actually maintained the clean audit, and it's actually good for the clean governance aspect in terms of the indicator. Let me also then highlight that these are not just numbers, Honorable Chair and members. They represent some of the tangible progress towards affordability, reliability, and sustainability, I think, within the energy space. And they are obviously undeniable proof that the institution confidence is growing. And also our delivery remains, I think, uncompromised as we navigate through the uncharted waters. Just looking ahead, Chair, if you go to the next slide, Bob. So looking ahead, as we as the board are obviously committed to the 4 immediate priorities to maintain this momentum. These priorities, just to mention a few, which we'll deal with them in details, to formally finalize our leadership transition, and as I've mentioned, which is important, and also to strictly align with the ministers, or the ministry rather, on the agreed timelines for the appointment of the permanent CEO, which was already started, and we're busy with obviously the interview shortlisting and interview process through the governance structures, but also to rigorously maintain our delivery continuity across all the programs, which is actually key, and to continue strengthening our governance and as well as control frameworks further. So we have prioritized these areas, Honorable Chair and members, because it's important that we reach stability. It's important that we have capable leadership, and which is obviously an absolute requisite, I think, for SANEDI, if you look at the work that it does in terms of shaping the policy, I think, within the South African context. And therefore, these are obviously ambitious strategic targets that we have set for ourselves, and we hope that we'll be able to, I think, achieve them. If you just go to the next slide. So Chair, some of the, I think, strategic framework, just before I hand over to Prof. Moodley to be able to take us through the details, I think this obviously brings us to the core of our presentation in terms of our strategic framework. It obviously encompasses our vision, mission, and some of the enablers as well, Chair, and as well as strategic outcomes for the 2025 to 2030, obviously with a specific focus in terms of the APP. So to obviously take the committee through now the operational and technical details of this framework, I'll now hand over to our acting CEO, Prof. Palaban Moodley, to take us through. With your permission, Chair, Prof, please take us through. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Chair. I think thank you for the opportunity, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. I think it is also very prudent that we just highlight SANEDI's legislative mandate as articulated in the National Energy Act 34 of 2008. Key amongst it is that our two principal departments are the Department of Electricity and Energy, as well as the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. And within the Act, the mandate is given to SANEDI as an institution, really focus on energy research and development, as well as energy efficiency. Part of the mandate, Honourable Chair and members, is to direct, monitor, conduct and implement energy research, to promote energy research and technology innovation. We do this by providing training to key skills in the field, establishing and expanding new industries in the field of energy and commercializing these energy technologies. We also are responsible for all of the intellectual property, like registering patents and then also publishing this information to the industry. We also are directed to undertake any technology development related activities by both Minister of Electricity and Energy and the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation. We also work very closely with academic institutions and scientific councils in that we make grants available, training research workers, and then advising our two principals in the area of energy. Beyond that, we also very focused on energy efficiency and undertaking various activities as directed by the Minister to increase energy efficiency throughout the economy and to ensure that as a unit of energy consumed, we increase the gross domestic product or GDP of the country, recognizing there are limited finite energy resources. In terms of our vision, mission, outcomes, and enablers, to highlight, as SANEDI will be a leading institution that drives research and innovation, including sustainable, inclusive energy development to inform energy policy goals based on rigorous scientific facts and evidence to South Africa and beyond. And we do this through our mission of conducting these policy relevant research through energy research, development, including energy efficiency, to catalyze South Africa's socioeconomic growth and climate resilience. We align to the strategic objectives as outlined by the Department of Performance Monitoring and Evaluation in these key 6 areas. Our vision and our values include in being innovative, collaboration, transparency and accountability, being transformative in the sector, caring and courteous, and making sure all of our recommendations are scientific, evidence-driven. We also align to the 5 priorities of the department, including universal access, attaining sovereign and regional energy security, driving industrialization, qualitatively transforming the demographic in the energy space, and asserting South Africa continental and regional leadership. This slide also just highlights SANEDI's alignment to the department's key priorities. We're doing several activities, including the universal access, focusing on municipal sustainability challenges, the smart meters, smart geysers, electric vehicles, and smart grids. We've been intimately involved in energy modeling and planning and supporting the department predominantly over the past financial year on the integrated resource plan. But beyond it, it's the integrated energy plan, the gas master plan, and liquid fuels master plan. We still have a key focus on cleaner fossil fuels and the roadmap associated therewith. Beyond that, it's also a number of key technologies, including electric vehicles, renewables, energy storage. We are very focused on gender mainstream and youth strategy. And then beyond that, we are supporting the department in key intergovernmental forums, including BRICS, G20, G7, COP, and the African Union. Just to highlight our management structure, there's not a lot of changes, but our former CEO being appointed into another sister organization. So my appointment is temporary, just to ensure the continued stable operations of the organization. The acting general manager of energy of Applied Energy is now appointed as Mr. Tebogo Sneya, and as our board chair has indicated, our CFO is currently seconded to the department, and we have appointed an acting CFO who's ably leading the organization from a finance perspective. Honorable Chair and members, I think by and large our programs have not changed. Bar the new program 5, which I'll elaborate on. So our first program is the administration and all the key functions to enable the institution to work as a efficient entity. We do have then our technical programs, applied energy, research, development, and innovation. Nothing changes in the program, and all of the sub-programs are active. We have program 3, energy efficiency and demand side management, and similarly here, all of the sub-programs are active and stable. We have program 4, the DSTI Energy Secretariat, with those 4 key programs. The new program that we're introducing in this financial year is intergovernmental relations, on the back of some very successful support over the past 2 financial years, one on BRICS and the other one on the recent G20 activities. So our key focus is on intergovernmental programs, thought leadership, some consulting and advisory, and then a key program around the transformation of the energy demographic in the industry, and then continued support for our various key forums. We are aligned to the Department of Performance Monitoring and Evaluation's strategic priorities and strategic outcomes, and we are aligned to the increased infrastructure investment and job creation, the energy security and just energy transition, the skills for the economy, science, technology, and innovation for growth, a capable and professional public service, and then effective border management and development in Africa throughout all of our programs. We then will switch over to our programs and deliverables with a key focus on this current financial year 2026-2027 APP deliverables aligned to the programs, the targets, and indicators. We'll start off with program 1, which is administration. This program covers human capital and facilities, the ICT area, the finance and supply chain and logistics, the company secretariat, governance, legal risk and compliance, the communication and stakeholder management, project management office, and then the corporate planning, monitoring and evaluation area. Our outcome indicators from program 1 have not changed dramatically. We still have a key focus on several pulse points around the health of program 1. We have these annual targets, and we've aligned it to the strategic outcomes as articulated, as well as the Department of Electricity and Energy's key priorities. So in program 1, we have a key focus on skills development, aligned to our workplace skills program. We ensure that our recruitment rate is below 4 months. We have a percentage of employment in targeted groups. We still value the BBBEE compliance levels. We have a key focus on the ICT strategy, which is to be aligned to our 5-year strategic plan. We have a key health indicator around the ICT index, and we measure that, and we want to ensure that it's beyond 75%. It covers key areas of governance, compliance, and the system availability and security. We have key focus on risk maturity level and the improvement thereof. A focus on mitigation actions for the period in terms of effectiveness. We have, I think, very proud record around our audit outcomes, and we want to maintain this unqualified audit, which we have going for 4 consecutive years in a row. A key focus on the execution of our internal audit plan, the allocation of the received MTF allocation, and then to maintain liquidity in the organization. In terms of the department's priorities, we align to priority 2, which is attaining sovereign and regional energy security, the priority 3 around innovation, and the targets continue into the next slide, including the procurement and compliance with the supply chain management prescripts, and then the advertising value equivalent in terms of making SANEDI, I think, well known in the industry. Still aligned to our priority 3 of the department's priorities around innovation, including all of these activities that's highlighted on the slide. Program 2 is focused on applied energy research, development, and innovation. It's really about doing this applied research to facilitate the creation of knowledge to support energy-related planning, decision-making, and policy-making. We cover several key technologies, including cleaner fossil fuels, renewable energy, smart grids, cleaner mobility, digitalization, the energy planning and modeling, as well as bioenergy. And we've got several key partnerships with key universities and universities of technology, as well as a few externally funded opportunities. Key priority with the Global Environmental Fund and the DBSA around e-mobility, and National Treasury with the RT29 smart metering, which is focused on key municipalities to help create a sustainable municipal environment from an energy perspective. Program 2's indicators are very aligned to strategic outcomes as well as the department's key priorities. So some of the work that we will be doing is around universal access, cleaner fossil fuels, smart grids, cleaner mobility, digitalization, renewable energy, energy planning and modeling studies, as well as bioenergy. And in terms of the department's priorities, aligned to universal access, energy security, with a key focus on the IRP, IEP, the gas utilization master plan, as well as SARM, and then on innovation, focusing on smart grids and the digitalization, green energy, green hydrogen, and microgrids. Program 3 covers the energy efficiency and demand side management, and this is really an accelerated shift towards resource efficiency, usually called the first fuel just because it is the cheapest fuel that is available in the energy space. In here, we cover incentives, policy incentives, especially focus on 12L of the Tax Act, cooled surfaces, which is a big demonstration of a very passive energy efficient technology, energy performance certificates for the large commercial buildings, the energy services companies, which we need to establish in the market, standards and labeling, the energy efficiency and demand side management strategic initiatives driven by the department, balancing energy supply and large scale pilot and demonstration load rollouts. And then the lighting program, key focus on energy efficiency lighting. We've also had several externally funded opportunities around energy efficiency in public buildings and infrastructure, the leapfrogging into high energy efficiency lighting, the water efficiency labeling scheme on the back of a very successful standards and labeling program, and then the energy performance certificates skills development project. The outcome indicators are very similar, aligned to strategic outcomes as well as the department's priorities. We still keep focused on establishing energy services companies, the employment, both direct and indirect, of EPC skills development. We have a key focus on this large-scale pilots and mass rollout projects. The number of buildings successfully registered for energy performance certificates, the number of incentives that's administered through Section 12L of the Tax Act on behalf of SARS, the greenhouse gas emissions, quantifying that energy savings, and the number of regulatory impact assessments conducted. We still align to affordability and quality, being energy efficiency and demand-side management being a key first fuel, energy security, as well as industrialization and innovation. Program 4 is the DSTI Energy Secretariat, which is really focused on fundamental research to upscale and then commercialize these technologies. We're looking at coal CO2 to X, energy storage, research, development, and innovation, the Hydrogen SA or HISA program, and the Renewable Energy Hubs and Spokes program. This is just a view of the scale of the research and partnerships across the length and breadth of the country, including some of the work on CO2 to X, the hydrogen fuel cells, energy storage consortium, the hydrogen fuel systems, and you'll see these partners in government institutions, universities, but also the private sector as well. This program has 4 output indicators focusing on graduates that come out of University of Technology and TVETs, focusing on the number of SMMEs supported, focusing on intellectual property rights, as well as the number of clean energy technologies demonstrated together with the private sector. Also very much aligned to energy priorities of the department in terms of energy demographics, innovation, and SMME growth, as well as access and security via clean technologies. The new program, which is Program 5, which we introduced in this financial year, is really focused on the Department of Electricity and Energy strategic interventions. And it will cover the intergovernmental forums, the department strategic initiatives, consulting and advisory, and then transforming the energy demographics with a specific focus on women and youth in the industry. And lastly, looking at energy markets and providing this independent peer review around market reforms and supporting, for example, our sister entity, NERSA, in this transformation. The new outcome indicators also align to the strategic outcomes and the department's priorities. It will focus on key interventions locally, regionally, and internationally, the regional trade and funding models, rendering, consulting, and advisory services, the key focus on transforming the energy demographics, and then independent peer review around market reforms. Some of the activities around BRICS, the Clean Energy Ministerial, the African Union support, and G20 legacy projects is still covered in this program. Just to highlight to the committee some key activities around BRICS. The BRICS is currently hosted by India. There will be a participation from the department coordinated by SANEDI around the ministerial meetings, the Youth Energy Summit in those dates highlighted, the Clean Energy Ministerial that's currently happening, and then just to highlight to the committee that in 2027, we will be making preparations for South Africa to host the Clean Energy Ministerial and Mission Innovation in 2027. There is the African Union support, very key around energy, and we are doing some activities around technical paper submissions and the senior officials and ministerial meeting that will be taking place next week, the last week of April at the Sandton Convention Center, and still supporting all of the activities around the G20 legacy projects around microgrids, clean cooking, the 10-year investment plan, and energy efficiency. Just to reiterate some of the proud achievements from SANEDI over the past financial year, the greenhouse gas emissions reductions, the energy savings, the key buildings registered, and then some of the key reports and internships that's been supported. At this juncture, with your permission, Honorable Chair and members, I'll then turn it over to our Audit and Risk Committee Chairperson to take us through the next section of the submission.
Thank you, CEO, and thank you, Chairperson of the committee. So the next section is the budget overview, focusing on the 5-year revenue projections, program allocations, and the financial year 2026-2027 budget breakdown. But before we consider the budget presentation, SANEDI would like to assure the Portfolio Committee that financial management reporting and performance information are subject to a robust governance and assurance process. SANEDI's financial information is subjected to internal review process, including review by internal audit before being submitted to the Audit and Risk Committee for oversight and scrutiny. This layered assurance approach is supported by internal controls and governance measures that the organization continues to strengthen. With regards to the budget that is before us today, the National Treasury issues the annual budget guidelines and prescribes the framework for what must be included, and SANEDI aligns its internal planning and budgeting processes accordingly. Consequently, the budget approach aims to respond to current operational and financial sustainability of SANEDI and is also aligned to the APP and STRAT plan. It is worth mentioning that over the past financial years, SANEDI has consistently achieved clean audit outcomes as reported by the Chair, reflecting strong internal control, management oversight, and governance role of the Audit and Risk Committee and that of the board. Accordingly, the committee may take comfort that the financial and performance information presented is founded on these established governance processes, independent assurance, and SANEDI's continued commitment to transparency, accountability, and prudent management of public resources. Thank you, Chairperson. And at this point, I would like to hand over to the acting CFO to take us through the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to give an overview of the SANEDI budget, as explained earlier on by our acting CEO in terms of our programs that we have and also the sub-programs and the output indicators that we plan to achieve. So we have a budget that supports the implementation of the plans that we have. So overall, when you look at the MTF period, our budget will amount to about 458 million rand, mainly supported by a major allocation from the fiscus amounting to 54%, which is the major revenue that we have. However, we also have other sources of revenue that we generate to supplement the MTF allocations that we receive. We have an interest income which we received from the investment of surplus funds that we have been accumulating in the previous years, and then we have started spending these surplus. As a result, the interest going forward will not be a material income component. Also, we also have some externally funded projects as well. We were able to leverage the management fees and also spending on core project in supporting the mandate of SANEDI. So all of those, they also supplement the total revenue that we generate as SANEDI. Next slide, please. The overall allocation over the medium term period, we see a majority of our allocation in terms of the spending is mainly within the compensation of employees, which is in line with the nature of the work that we do in terms of the research that is employee intensive. And then I think the same principle will be applied going forward as well. So what we have in terms of the allocation, majority of our budget is within Program 1 administration, then followed by a Program 2, Program 3, and Program 4, the STI Energy Secretariat. In the next slide, I will explain the rationale behind the more allocation within Program 1. Next slide, please. So overall, for 26-27 financial year, our budget is 155 million rand, broken down according to the 4 programs that we have. The 61 million has been allocated within Program 1, which is the program that supports the other 3 programs that we have. So it provides support in the form of various areas, including finance, our legal, HR, ICT. They are all sit within the Program 1. But also within Program 1, we have a strategic support that we provide to the department. I think earlier on the CEO mentioned the intergovernmental relations programs that we have included. So because of the timing of the approval of the budget structure with the National Treasury, so the budgeting of the resources, because that area is more, it's got a lot of technical expertise that support the department in various intergovernmental relations, and also implementing various DE strategic initiatives. So the budget for that work is within the Program 1. And also, if you notice on our APP, we have introduced a number of new output indicators, mainly within Program 1 and also in Program 5, which then contributes to more allocation within that program. Then Program 2, we have a 33%, which is 51 million rand allocation, which is to fund the core research work that we do within applied in various areas, including smart grids, cleaner energy, cleaner mobility intervention that we implement, and also that we implement with also various partners, including the National Treasury. They are also included in there, and also energy planning work that we implement in support from the department is within this program too. And in Program 3, we have 23.7 million rand, which is 15% of the budget. This is to support the various incentives that we have, to support the APC work that we have, and also some work that we do within a standard 10 lending sub-program. Lastly, the Program 4, which is the STI Energy Secretariat, as explained earlier on by Prof. So this is a externally funded program that we manage within SANEDI. So the 19 million rand that is there is to fund the core, the operational support of the program. And then also you may have noticed within the APP that we also have some funds that we then managed on behalf of the department, which will then be transferred to the various implementing agencies. Overall, I think also we must indicate that our budget, just like other entities, has also been reduced, and this was not the first time. Previously, it was reduced by 5%, and also during the current year, we have also received reductions, and then those are expected also over the medium term period. So what we have done is to try and absorb these reductions within the non-core program of SANEDI, mainly being Program 1, to manage them and ultimately to ensure that we budget according to the revenue that we expect to receive over the period. In closing, as I hand over to the board chair, I think the management will continue during the year as we have been doing to try and leverage from the external funding to support the mandate of SANEDI. And then we always ensure that whoever that we work with, the priorities they align with the mandate, and we also get the endorsement from the department to make sure that all the parties that we work with, that we collaborate with, that we've been working with over the past years, that in terms of the intention we are aligned. And then I think we will continue with the funding strategy and the partnership that we have over the past 3 years. Thank you, Chair. I hand over to the board chair for closing remarks.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Mzila. And Honorable Chair, I think as we and honorable members, as we conclude, firstly, let me just thank the portfolio committee for the support when we were hosting our SANEDI Energy Conference. Also to thank the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation for the continuous collaboration and support in terms of the Energy Secretariat, I think, function within SANEDI. And Chair and honorable members, some of the key takeaways, we obviously request the portfolio committee to note the SANEDI strategic plan for 2025 to 2030 and the APP 2026-2027. And further, these plans are aligned to the national priorities and deliver obviously on the measurable impact, but also the governance, to note the governance that is strengthened through the functional boards and subcommittees and subcommittees of the board, compliance, discipline, and clean audit focus. And then also to note the programs that are structured as presented to advance the universal access to energy security, industrialization, and as well as the just transition. And also for the committee to note the partnerships, including the BRICS, CM, African Union, the G20 platforms, support knowledge and exchange pilots, and as well as investment pathways that we are embarking on. And also for the committee to note that delivery is performance managed through KPIs across programs with the transparent reporting and also the outcomes and impact. We've just highlighted a call to action on the right, just to enable delivery at pace and the scale, and obviously support the implementation of the strategic plan and APP, address, I think, funding constraints that we find ourselves in, and as well as strengthen the partnership in terms of pilot skills and obvious localization, and then maintain the governance and accountability and value. So we'll continue with that call of to action. And then appreciation, of course, then we thank the ministry and as well as the portfolio committee for guidance in this case. If you just go to the next slide. And thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. I will pause there and hand back to the Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such a comprehensive report. We are then going to take the report by the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute. Then afterwards, we'll engage both the reports. The platform is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Can I request that probably rights be given to the CEO? I'm not sure, CEO, whether it's you or one of the members of the executive that will be projecting for us. There we go. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. No, morning, goodness me. Good morning, evening. It's been a long day. Good evening, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. And in absentia, let me greet the Minister and the Deputy Minister. Again, my name is Dora Modise, and I'm the Board Chairperson of NRWDI. I am here with the CEO and a few members of the executive team, which the CEO will introduce as they go through the different sections of our presentation today. Indeed, honored to be presenting the APP for NRWDI for 2026-27. Let's go to the next slide. I will just really take a short period. Can you go to the next slide and put it on slide mode, please? Who is projecting?
Yeah, that is me. Is it on slide mode? Has it moved?
It's not, and it's a PDF.
Okay, let me just get to the correct document.
Yes, please. Rather project a PowerPoint version on full slide. Let me put my camera off for just to ensure we have a quality bandwidth. Okay, I hope it's visible to members. So I will proceed. CEO, just go to the next slide. So we will then, I'll just do a brief strategic posture of the presentation, and we'll then hand over to the CEO to take us through the rest of the APP presentation. Your slides are not moving, CEO.
Yeah, so we may need the backup plan then because the slides are moving on this side.
Maybe I can project, but I don't have the PowerPoint format. I have the PDF.
Yeah. Okay, let me stop sharing and share again, if that's okay. Right, CFO will then share.
Okay. Yeah, you just need to do slide mode now. I can see it's PowerPoint. Thank you. And just go to the table of contents quickly. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, so we will then just do that strategic overview, and then I will hand over to the team to just take us through the plans for this financial year, the APP, as well as budget allocations. Next slide. Chair, the current board that I chair has been in place since August 2023. We are ending our term in just under 4 months. As you would recall, honorable members, the graph on the right is what we projected at the very first meeting at the beginning of 2024 when we met with the portfolio committee, that the board had prioritized first and foremost operational stabilization at the time, leadership consolidation of the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute, as well as governance and performance improvement. Over the term, we've managed to get the operating license, and we've managed to also stabilize to a certain extent the leadership of the institute. It might just be me, but I've lost the presentation on the screen, so I don't know what has happened. I'll proceed, and hopefully the team will get the presentation up as we go along. So we've looked at the operating license is in place. As you recall, in the first year of operation, the CEO exited the organization, so we focused on getting the CEO in place. We also had a number of movements within the executive team. We are glad to say that now the consolidation and appointment of executives is nearing completion. So we are seeing a lot of stability there. Restoration of stakeholder confidence that we've been very deliberate about, and we are seeing a lot of confidence coming through. We now transitioning from recovery and stabilization to growth and delivery within the organization. Next slide. What then had happened since the CEO had come on board, and with the board itself, as we near conclusion, I must also say we've been getting quite a number, some movements in the board itself, with I think one resignation and expiry of terms of departmental reps, but then also some vacancies. So we've just received about 4 new board members in the past 3-4 months. So the board is now fully constituted and ready to run, but there's expiry of terms of a number of board members in August, and we are working with the shareholder to also make sure that there's seamless transition in that process. A repositioning strategy has been put together to look at a number of key pillars, which then include areas such as number one, let me just go back to this, clarifying NRWDI's role as a central authoritative institution in waste management, in radioactive waste management. Secondly, aligning the organization with global best practice. I mean, that's also quite a critical issue. The third issue is long-term infrastructure programs to ensure that not just the waste is managed effectively, but that even for the future, taking into consideration what the minister has communicated as the expansion of the nuclear capacity in the country. So as NRWDI, the organization needs to make sure that it's got facilities that will be able to service that expansion in terms of waste management and disposal. Then strengthening institutional credibility, as well as ensuring that the organization is fit for purpose, with key resources being in place. Next slide. The repositioning strategy has got 4 key pillars. Next slide. Yes, thank you. Which first pillar is ensuring financial sustainability, which is going to be a very difficult one. And I listened very carefully with the questions that were raised around financial sustainability with the other entities. So with the NRWDI, it's mainly around the operating model itself and getting the radioactive waste management fund going, but then also ensuring that the organization is able to get the key infrastructure programs on the ground and implemented. The second key pillar is around organizational effectiveness. Third pillar, delivery excellence, as well as industry leadership, and all of those underlined by a number of critical factors, mainly governance factors, that would ensure that the institute functions efficiently. Next slide. So what does this mean for NRWDI in terms of this repositioning? Firstly, we are driving a shift towards execution of nationally significant projects at the moment, and CEO and will unpack this in his presentation. It's around implementing, firstly, the centralized interim storage facility. This project is way overdue, really, in terms of timelines. We are trying to still meet the target we promised to our key stakeholders, being Eskom and NERSA, mainly of 2030. But the issue of funding this particular project and ensuring that we've got sufficient human capacity has become quite critical. But we are definitely executing, and also the deep geological repository, which now the planning is beginning in earnest during this financial year. The second key issue is in strengthening technical, regulatory, and institutional capacity. We have presented a number of times to this House the challenges around capacity and the need to enhance internal capacity. So we are now taking that up now that we've stabilized the institution and are ready to implement key programs. So we've identified areas where we need to enhance and capacitate. The third key issue is enhancing stakeholder coordination and public accountability. The large infrastructure programs that we are about to implement will not happen without coordination with key stakeholders and participation of those that are outside of the NRWDI family. So the whole energy family becomes quite critical in the space, but then also not forgetting public accountability, especially within feeder communities in the Valpits area where we operate the waste disposal facility. And the fourth key issue is a performance-driven organizational culture, and board has been very clear in terms of driving performance and being very careful in how we craft our key performance areas and our targets in the APP such that they shift the needle in terms of the key objectives that we set for ourselves. Next slide. From a governance and oversight commitment perspective, as the board, firstly, we continue to uphold strong governance and ethical leadership. Secondly, ensuring accountability for delivery against APP targets. The board is very stern on, for example, whether or not you change targets. If you see that it's not going to be met, why are we changing those targets? What would have informed the setting up of those targets in the first place? So the targets that we will be sharing with you today have been really well considered in light of a growth path that NRWDI is undertaking. The third key issue from a governance perspective as a board is to continue to support management in building a capable and resilient institution, and this taking from the history that we are coming from as an organization, but then also as this board that is about to bow out of office, being very confident and proud that we are exiting an organization that's quite resilient and where the management is now focusing on what matters. And the fourth key issue in terms of commitment is maintaining alignment with government priorities and legislative mandates. So at the end of the day, operating within a greater system of government. Next slide. Looking ahead, I think click 4 times. Looking ahead, we've laid a solid foundation as NRWDI. So the 2026-27 APP reflects an organization that is, number one, stabilized. Secondly, strategically aligned and ready to deliver on these large programs. You will even see on budget requirements, it's programs that require significant amounts of funding and specialized skills. So we are ready to deliver on that. We've been very honest about where we are lacking in terms of capacity. So and I'm quite proud of the leadership within NRWDI that's also honest to themselves to say, here are the gaps and this is how we can then patch them. So the focus is quite clear. Number one, to build capacity, execute the mandate, and contribute meaningfully to long-term energy security and environmental protection, of course, which is one of the key priorities for us. I think the next slide, this is probably my last slide. So with those few opening remarks, Chairperson, let me hand over to the CEO to get into the detail, and he will then call on the different members of the executive for other components of the presentation. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, Honourable Chairperson, and to the members and those in attendance. I will switch off the camera now as I go into the presentation, and start off with a little bit of a background around NRWDI, or the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute. It's one of the newest entities in the country, and therefore always use the opportunity to talk to the mandate and the reason for setting up the organization. So it was based on the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Act of 2008, number 53, which set up the founding legislation for then implementing and setting up the organization and the entity as a Schedule 3A entity. And the mandate is basically around the responsible management and disposal of radioactive waste on a national basis. We fall within the board is appointed within the prescripts of the NERWDI Act by the Minister of Electricity and Energy, which is the executive authority. Constitutionally, a very important mandate or role that's played relates to the protection of the environment, ensuring that any of the effects of nuclear radioactivity, that we manage that to not have any harmful effect, and to have the environment protected for the benefit of future generations. In terms of the mandate of the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Act, this comes directly from the NERWDI Act. Firstly, it's to develop the criteria for disposal of any radioactive waste within the country, and then to design the solutions for disposal thereof, and that is through issuing radioactive waste disposal certificates to be able to dispose of the radioactive waste. We also have to maintain an inventory of the radioactive waste, and this is one of the very important attributes of nuclear. One knows exactly where every element or radioisotope that's come out of any nuclear process in the country, where that lies or where that is. And so we need to maintain a national database thereof to ensure that we then take care of the nuclear cycle from womb to tomb. And NERWDI is then charged with the disposal or the back end part of the nuclear cycle. We also manage all the facilities in the country, radioactive waste disposal facilities. At the moment, that is Volpit in the Northern Cape, which is our single facility, but it's also the only one on the African continent as at the present time. We also then would need to ensure we manage that facility during operation, but also during closure, during a post-closure period of around 300 years for that facility, for disposal and managing that facility. Other mandates include disposing of ownerless radioactive waste, and also managing the closed facilities, as mentioned. In terms of the long-term management, there's also a mandate to conduct research and development around radioactive waste to investigate the need for new disposal facilities. So we have Volpit, which is there for low-level waste, but for higher level waste categories, we still need to now find those solutions and implement them for disposal. And so that with that goes the need to then design and site those new facilities. And we'll be talking to the progress on that in the plans that we have ahead. Another important attribute and very clear, I think we all understand that radioactive waste or nuclear waste is a topic that does require engagement with the public, education, informing people of what it is that we're doing, why it's safe, and why it's completely within the regulations, and what we do is well managed. So as mentioned, the key governing act is the Radioactive Waste Disposal Act, but also the other legislation that critically we need to then comply with would include the Nuclear Energy Act and the Nuclear Regulator Act as one of the operators that falls under the watch of the Nuclear Regulator. But the other legislation also are critical to the organization. In terms of the structure, it's relatively small as an organization. Initiated in 2016 or first set up. We've heard from the board chair. So the CEO reports to the board, but has a small team made up of finance, corporate services, operations, engineering and technology, and compliance. So pretty standard as an organization, and this just shows the current executive leadership team. One of the tasks that I took coming into the position about a year ago was to ensure that we do then fill the key vacancies within the organization and stabilize the leadership team. So we've now made the key appointments. So we still have one acting executive within the organization, and as of May, we will then be appointing a permanent manager in that role. So we've made good progress in terms of stabilizing that leadership team within the organization. So I'm going to talk now to some of the key programs that NRWDI is responsible for. So I've mentioned FALPITS. It's really around management of low-level waste. And we've been doing that for around 40 years in the country. Actually, November this year, it will be 40 years since the opening of this facility at FALPITS. For most of that period, that was done under the auspices of NERSA, which is a sister entity, but also is one of the generators of through their radioactive or their nuclear research and production of nuclear medicine, is a generator of nuclear waste. So a key requirement for setting up the act and the organization was to ensure that we have separate responsibility and accountability for managing radioactive waste. And that aligns with international global best practice. So in August of last year, we received the license from the Nuclear Regulator for operational control of the FALPITS facility. And we have since then taken over the responsibilities, including management of staff, the assets, and all the requirements for managing that facility. And as of 1st of April, we've now also, from a accounting perspective, taken on the full responsibility for the facility. So here we can see some of the activities, the trenches that have been used for the last 40 years to dispose of low-level waste in different forms, in concrete or steel canisters that are then stored on site. In addition, over the next few years, in support of the plans, nuclear plans for the country, we are anticipating and planning for disposal of waste from the Koeberg power station related to its life extension. So as part of that refurbishment of Koeberg, a number of components were replaced, including what's one of 6 original steam generators that were removed from the plant that will, in the next few years, need to be removed from the site as per the requirements for Koeberg's operation. And we'll be then taking that waste to our facilities and are currently planning to do that So that will commence in 2027. In this year, though, we need to start preparing, doing the studies and getting the approvals for that work. Then the key element or item that we've not spoken about when you speak to low-level waste is that of high-level waste, which is predominantly spent fuel management or spent fuel. It makes up a relatively small volume of the waste generated from our nuclear facilities, but it contributes more than 95% of the actual radioisotopes. And so internationally, this is the part of the back-end fuel cycle that requires the most careful attention and thought. And regardless of how we manage our spent fuel for the future, it's inevitable that we will need to have a facility in the interim where we can store our offsite or store our spent fuel at an offsite central facility. While we are, and as a bridge to establishing the final disposal solution, which we, in consultation also with international best practice, have determined to be the deep geological repository. And initial studies done in the 90s do show that Valpit is a good candidate site for the establishment of the centralized interim storage facility and deep geological repository. However, we are working through and will follow the very, very close public consultation to determine whether that is indeed correct, and in finalizing the site selection process in alignment with the requirements of the nuclear regulator, as well as the National Environmental Management Act, so the environmental legislation, to get to site new facilities. So for the spent fuel activities and the central facility that has been indicated that we are currently putting in place as a requirement for the country, that is now progressing, and we are working towards establishing that offsite facility by 2030. So in the last year, we've commenced the environmental impact assessment process. It's gone for public consultation already through the scoping process. And in the next year, we want to finalize that. The concept design has been finalized. We've commenced engagements with the nuclear regulator around the licensing of the facility, and over the next few years, we'll need to implement that facility. A key focus will be capacitating NRWDI as an organization to implement this project. It's around a 2 billion rand project, so fairly big by any standards, but it is one that then will be a long-term facility up to establishing the deep geological repository. And the next slide shows some initial thoughts in terms of what this will look like. We are following international practice here, and what we've seen is it takes around 40 years to study, set up, site, and then design and construct this facility. So we are starting the work this year to develop the planning and to then commence the work towards identifying the site and then setting up that facility. So I'll now talk briefly to the strategic contributions to government priorities as we head into the APP and what's in our plans for 26-27. So very clearly, we as NRWDI, our activities, the work that we do on a national basis aligns very closely with the MTDP priorities. These activities, the projects, will require growth, job creation, and enable job creation. And we also see it aligning with priority 2 in terms of reducing poverty and tackling the cost of living and creating a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Also aligns very closely with 5 priorities of the shareholder around energy, energy security, industrialization, transforming energy demographics, and elevating the role of women and youth, and then also global leadership in the space. As South Africa, we are the leaders on the African continent, and we need to and can maintain that, including in the radioactive waste management space. So I'll now move to the annual performance plan with a vision of NRWDI becoming and moving to being a globally recognized leader in radioactive waste management through really just implementing our solutions, operating facilities in a way that protects people and the environment, and providing safe, sustainable, and technologically innovative disposal solutions. Before I move into the 26-27 plan, one of the focus areas over the last year has really been driving the APP very hard. Over the last few years, we did see a decline in APP performance, but working with the leadership team and the organization, we've turned that around, and there's a very clear drive towards very high levels of performance and excellence in how we drive the APP. So we've achieved key targets. Unqualified audit opinion, that's been something NERWDI has actually been very good at. It's seen 8 consecutive clean audits, unqualified audits with no material findings. We've developed and approved a repositioning strategy that the chair spoke to. Knowledge management work and the strategy has been developed that sets us up for capacitating the organization as some of the key areas. Financial sustainability, though, remains a challenge for the organization. We are dependent upon the MTF allocation. As we now move forward with taking over the Volpits facility, that will change our revenue stream. But for establishing these big projects, it does depend on an alternative or a different funding stream. The way the country had decided on moving with this is through the establishment of a radioactive waste disposal fund or radioactive waste management fund. And that work still needs to be concluded to ensure this long-term sustainability to establish these projects and facilities. Additionally, program operations has gone well, so we've achieved all the targets in that area. Our projects have moved forward as per plan in the past year through developing the project plans, the environmental impact assessment works as part of that plan, and the design activities. And then also from a compliance perspective, have ensured 100% compliance with legislative and regulatory requirements for disposal of waste. So going forward now to 26-27, we have 4 programs for NERWDI. The first one, it talks to administration, financial management. And here, what we are now moving to having to establish and develop the repositioning strategy. We are then driving the implementation thereof through with oversight of the board to ensure that we drive the key items in the repositioning strategy. We do have an ethics policy, but are looking to, as we move forward with the growth in the organization, are establishing also an ethics framework to drive that. There will be an increased focus in corporate social responsibility. Due to funding constraints, we've had a limited capability to do this. We still have a limited capability, but we do, with the project activities and also just prioritizing of corporate social responsibility work, we are implementing initiatives in that space to support specifically those around our waste disposal facility at Volpits. The audit opinion will remain a focus to ensure that clean audit status. We are implementing a number of HR interventions as part of our human resources strategy. Importantly here would be the ensuring that we really set up the organization and the structure thereof in this year to be able to execute the work required, aligning our job profiles, and to ensure that there is a compelling value proposition to attract and retain the skills needed in the organization, and then also to to drive the organizational culture. We have a number of surveys and assessments to be done, but organizational culture will be a key focus through our HR strategy. And then finally, the financial sustainability plan that we are implementing this year will remain critical to develop a model for the organization, a robust, and through this we are developing a robust product and tariff catalog for operational and commercial use to broaden revenue streams and options for the organization. In Program 2 talks to our operations, so it's largely around the Falpits facility. So in this year we'll be driving and ensuring continued acceptance rates that really, what that means is we need to make sure the packages that arrive there meet all of the regulatory requirements for safe disposal. This is a non-negotiable for us. Then we'll continue with our auditing program. Safety remains a focus through, and we've got a target for that through our disabling injury incident rate that we monitor, and to ensure that remains at 0. And then finally, setting up our operational readiness plans to receive the Koeberg LTO, or long-term operational waste, for specifically the reactor pressure vessel heads from Koeberg, and in the following years it will be the original steam generators that would come from that facility. Then Program 3, this is the new facilities that we are busy developing. The first one is continuing the work on the central interim storage facility to develop more detailed plans, and in this year we are working towards finalizing the feasibility stage of the project and having that approved to enable moving into execution, and that would mean then detailed design and construction work that can commence, and releasing of funds to progress with that. Then the EIA needs to continue. We are working towards submitting the environmental impact report to the competent authority by the end of the financial year. We are working as part of our R&D plans, but also working with the International Atomic Energy Agency, developing a boil disposal plan. This is a challenge that the international community has for disposing of certain types of radioactive waste. Also we are looking at a boil disposal solution and working with the International Atomic Energy Agency for that. So the plan will be developed by this year, but it is a multi-year activity. And then in this year also, we are looking to finalize and the initial deep geological repository plan, and to have that approved for then execution in subsequent years. Then finally, in the area of compliance, and I always say this is a core part of what we do, and ensuring that the work, the processes complies with all the regulatory requirements. This will remain a focus area. So we are complying or implementing an integrated management system, which is compliant with ISO and best practice. Continue with our audits and inspections, then implementing or developing and then implementing our nuclear safety and security culture enhancement plan and process for future activities, to ensure that when we get to construction and building new facilities for dealing with high-level waste, that our culture and the organization is prepared for that. Then compliance, developing and implementing a detailed framework for that. And then finally, for our nuclear installation license, developing the procedures and processes for that. In the next year, we are looking to roll out 50% of the procedures required for that as a target. Chair, so with that, I'm going to then, we're moving into the budget allocation part of the presentation, and I'm going to ask the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Justin Daniel, to take us through that.
Good afternoon,
Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. I will speak to a few slides on the MTEP budget allocation, and that is the budget allocation as reflected in the APP that was approved. Put the camera off for the presentation. Thank you, CEO, for projecting the presentation. Let's look at this slide. So to mention that at the time of finalizing the 26-27 APP and until the 31st of March 2026, the form of or stream of funding for NRWDI was the government grants with a bit of interest income on the grants. And that has been so since the inception in 2016. That trajectory will change, as the CEO has mentioned, with the taking over of the FARP's operations from the current financial year. And therefore, the MTEP budget is reflected, the presentation is reflected as per the approved APP. And with the FARP's funding that would come in is a cost recovery funding, and it's a break-even budget. So in the MTEP allocation and in the APP, we reflect that NRWDI receives 100% funding from the government grants, and that has been in that since the last 10 years. And in this financial year, we see that the MTEP allocations had increased from 54.57 million to 58.34 in the outer year, giving us a 3.9% increase over the MTEP. And then also derived our transfer payments from government allocations, this would be so augmented by interest income that we would receive. As we have obtained the installation license with FARP's and has commenced with the operations from April, we will be able to generate revenue in the form of waste disposal fees from the waste generators, in particular NERSA and ESCOM. And this will be used solely for the purpose of the FARP's low-level waste disposal function. And it is then on a cost recovery basis and on a break-even budget. The CEO mentioned the issue of the Radioactive Waste Management Fund. It is a policy project that is being driven by and led by the Department of Electricity and Energy. And in terms of this funding model, it's based on the polluter pays principle, and it will cater for large infrastructure projects over the long term. We go to the next slide. We indicated that expenditure is expected to increase from 54.57 to 58.34 million. And in the budget, we've indicated as well that currently the compensation of employees contributes to 82% of the budget, while goods and services contribute 16% and depreciation 2%. And the reason for this is that the budget or the MTEP budget excludes the FARP's operations, which I will show you in the next slide, changes the trajectory of it once that is added in as we move forward. Next slide, CEO. Thank you. This slide reflects the expenditure by program. The 4 programs were mentioned earlier on. We have the administration, the rag waste operation, which is the heart of the FARP's operations, then the SET program and the compliance, rag waste compliance. And currently 67.4% of the MTEP budget is allocated to administration, while 32% is allocated to the technical operations. And in bringing in the FARP's budget from this financial year, as we do that, it will change the trajectory in the sense that our administration costs will move down closer to 40%, with technical and operations then being at around 60%. So that trajectory will change as we move forward in the next cycle. The next slide shows the expenditure by economic classification. And on this slide, we can see the allocation of the budget is also at a high percentage on the compensation of employees. And that is in the MTEP allocation, purely because that would exclude the FARP's operations in the MTEP allocation. And when it is normalized with the addition of the FARP's operations, it will change the trajectory again to the compensation of employees moving to about 60%. and the other goods and services budget then moving to about 40%. And then there was a focus on the financial sustainability plan that the organization has in place. And as mentioned, there is one fundamental project this year in terms of conceptualizing a model for tariffs and to generate alternative revenue through a robust suite of products that we can then offer to the market as NRWDI in terms of our business development model. Thank you. Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, CFO.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
No, thank you. Back to you, Chairperson.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members. That is our report for this evening, and yeah, thank you very much for the guidance throughout the year. But then obviously we look forward to your questions that also aim to strengthen us. So we submit, Chairperson.
Thank you. Once again, it was quite a detailed report, well prepared. And now we're going to allow the members of the committee to come in for engagements, questions, and responses from both the entities. Let's just please try and be on the lookout and watch out so that when a question comes out from both the entities, there is someone who is able to directly respond. So I see two hands. I think I'm going to take the two hands. If others arise from the members, we'll take them as we go along. It's going to be Honorable Tring and then Honorable Ngosi in that order.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm going to apply the same model that I used for the previous APPs. And that is, I will start with SANEDI and then go on to NRWDI. Excuse me, asking one question at a time. So my first question, so let me firstly also appreciate the presentations. And my first question to SANEDI is with regards to commercialization and impact of research and development. What are the measurable outcomes with regards to technologies deployed, the private sector uptake and jobs created? So what measurable outcomes will SANEDI use to demonstrate that its research and innovation programs are translating into real economic and energy system impacts for 2026-2027?
Thanks, Honorable Tring. Can I ask Prof. Moodley to come in quickly?
Thank you so much for that question, Honorable Member. We have APP targets that will be measuring intellectual property, including publications and patents, to measure the technology development specifically. We also then further have APP targets predominantly, as you may note, in Program 4 around job creation and graduates that would emanate out of commercializing the technology research. So these are the specific measurable targets, and we do report on them, and hopefully it'll give a good indicator of both the level of research in terms of intellectual property, as well as then further the jobs that's created through the programs at SANEDI. Thanks, Honorable Member Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, then let's go to NRWDI. Just with regards to the long-term disposal strategy and site readiness of the disposal sites, what progress will NRWDI make in 2026-27 towards establishing and licensing long-term radioactive waste disposal facilities? And what are the timelines and milestones that are in place for site selection and development? Understanding also that you are dependent on transfers from the national fiscus for much of your capital expenditure.
You, Honorable Thring, I think that CEO, please take that one quickly.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. In terms of there's a few categories of waste. One is the disposal of long-term operational.
Honorable Thring, I think you said Paulson.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Paulson. Thring, Honorable Thring. Sorry. Yeah, so it's the long-term operational waste, which is low-level waste. We have clear plans for that. However, in this year, we will be engaging with the waste generator ESCOM to develop the final plans. They will be developing their licensing strategy and preparing the paperwork, their design, as well as their licensing plans, as well as NRWDI needs to do that. But that will then be concluded in 2027. But that will fall under our current license at Volpits, and it is for low-level waste. For our high-level waste program, which is where we are talking about the new facilities for disposing of spent fuel, we do for that, and that is part of our performance plan. In this year, we are progressing the environmental impact assessment that will be submitted to the DFFE by March of next year, March of 2027. We are concluding the feasibility stage of the project, which requires concluding the EIA as well as the preliminary design work. That was completed very recently, so we're on track with that work. And then we have engaged the National Nuclear Regulator through their regulatory engagement planning process, which will commence with the activities to submit a safety case and an application for the siting work, siting license to commence. So we've developed the plans for that and are progressing them in this year. The key ones that are on our APP are the EIA and concluding the feasibility stage of the project. Maybe just one item with that is the funding. And we are working to secure the funding stream required to progress those key activities. And we have a number of strategies in that space while awaiting the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Fund.
Thank you. Let me then go back to SANEDI. Just with regards to energy efficiency and in particular demand-side management. And understandably, South Africa has experienced electricity constraints in the recent past, and hopefully that's going to be behind us. But with regards to that, the electricity constraints that we've experienced, what specific quantifiable savings, in megawatts or gigawatt hours, are targeted through SANEDI's energy efficiency and the EED SMM programs, and how will these be verified and sustained? Particularly with regards to the challenges that we're experiencing within the municipalities.
Thank you once more, Honorable Thring. Prof will take that. I'm sure he'll be happy to do so. Thank you.
No, thanks so much, Honorable Thring, for that question. We do, in the energy efficiency program 3, have quantifiable targets and APP measures to monitor the energy savings as well as the impact on greenhouse gas emissions. For this current financial year, through energy savings, through a variety of measures, including the policy, the energy efficiency in public buildings, residential energy efficiency and the leapfrogging program, which is predominantly the lighting program, we are looking at 4 million megawatt hours of savings in this year. We will also then, from a greenhouse gas emissions, target 6 megatons of greenhouse gas savings. We do measure that through the interventions of the 12L tax program, where SANEDI serves as the technical evaluator of all of the submissions made by various organizations and companies that operate in the space to claim tax incentives. However, I think we do have our executive, Faith Mkachwa, that leads the program, and she can just complement this answer with a lot more detail, if permissible.
I think maybe just within about 30 to 60 seconds, because I have other questions. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, parliamentarians and colleagues. Prof has already provided the target for 26-27, so I'll just confirm the independent verification methodology. So we verify the savings independently, utilizing MNV bodies or MNV professionals that we contract. And we do that in line with the ISO 50015 or SANS 50010 protocol to make sure that indeed when savings are claimed, they can be independently verified, but also independently for the credibility of the savings that we then report. Thanks.
No, thank you. Then coming back to NRWDI, this question is with regards to its financial sustainability that I touched on very just briefly, and the funding model, which in the presentation also indicated the dependence of NRWDI on the national fiscus, and in hoping obviously to become somewhat financially independent. But how is NRWDI ensuring a sustainable funding model for long-term waste management liabilities? And are the current tariffs or revenue streams sufficient to meet these future disposals and decommissioning costs?
Yeah, I'm going to, through you, ask that our CFO comes in specifically for this one, and I can supplement as required.
Thank you. Thank you for that question, Honorable Sring. Yes, we have looked at the financial sustainability. We have a funding model as well as a financial sustainability plan, both that are approved. And our plan looks at the issues concerning the operational funding as well as the capital funding. In terms of the operations at the moment, that is funded from the fiscus, so that's funded through the grant funding. In terms of the low-level waste operations at Farfetch, that is funded on the polluter pays principle, and that is then funded by the two polluters at the moment, or waste generators, I should say, NERSA and SANEDI. And the low-level waste, therefore, is funded, and it's based on a tariff that is charged to the generators, which is calculated on the cost of operating Farfetch. And the intention is not to make a profit, but to reach a break even, so that the tariffs are not very excessive in terms of that. In terms of infrastructure funding, that's where the Radioactive Waste Management Fund comes into view. And that is currently a project that is led by the department, as you've indicated. It still has to be promulgated. And that will be the funding stream for the large capital projects. But in the absence of the Radioactive Waste Management Fund, we've had to look at alternative funding to get the project started, and to also ensure that we can have funding to commence the project, both pre-construction and construction. And on that matter, we are engaging National Treasury's GTAC unit that looks at large infrastructure projects, and they've indicated to us that there is funding for project preparation costs as well as for projects. So we're using that basis as well as looking at other forms of loans and advances to move that project forward. But in terms of the long-term sustainability, the fund itself would fund those. The Radioactive Waste Management Fund would fund those large projects. Thank you. CEO, if you want to add.
Time is up.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Babti, your hand is noted. You will come after.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairperson, I'd like to welcome the reports, both from NRWDI and SANEDI. I will start with NRWDI on this time, not SANEDI. In particular, I want us to look at the issue of the human resource versus the institutional stability. There is a recurring theme in the report that there is the tension between high personnel costs and reported limited human resources. And Chair, while 86.4% of the total budget is allocated to the compensation of employees, NRWDI still cites limited human resources and acting positions, and is a threat to delivery speed and stability. I just want to get maybe a clarity. Why is it a staff complement of only 38 employees consumes nearly the entire budget? And why are the critical positions still vacant or on acting status?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Nkosi. Maybe let me start here before I hand over to the CEO. You would note that the 80, just slightly over 80% of staff costs versus operations. In real terms, it would be 80% of what? So compared to other entities, the NRWDI budget is quite minimal. It's around 70 million or thereabout. And CFO can give the actual figures. It has been that high percentage versus operations because the FALPUT's operations have been under NERSA up until maybe I think that we are going to do a formal switch over at the beginning of this financial year because of the delays we were experiencing with the operating license, which we've said in our report that it was then since granted by the NNR in July last year, but then obviously we had to go through the full financial year. So therein will come a huge component around operating costs, but then also the infrastructure programs that we are doing are largely unfunded, and which is why we are now talking about this sustainable financing model and discussions with Eskom and thereabout. So that percentage, though it might look high, it's a high percentage of a relatively low budget. And yes, there are a number of key vacancies. And as we said, even at the executive level, we have pushed to, we've had 4 vacancies at executive level, which we've managed to fill. I think there's just 1 outstanding, about 5. And exits were for different reasons. Some of them quite good for the stabilization of the organization. So we've moved to fill those up. And at lower levels, there's also a move to ensure we don't have vacancies. However, the NRWDI structure remains fairly unfunded. We have identified a challenge that we have a missing middle. We have quite a gap in terms of middle management. So we've got a good number of low-level officials and we've got executives. So as part of the stabilization, we've been working towards that in terms of filling those funds and getting the resources for it. So whilst that percentage might look high, in actual fact, because the budget is, which is mainly the allocation from government, is relatively low, most of it just goes towards salaries and the work that the team themselves do. But I think CEO or CFO, you can come in and give the detail on that budget discrepancy. Thanks.
Thanks, Chairperson. I think you've covered it a lot. I just want to maybe add to what you've said. And it really goes back, Honorable Kosi, to when NRWDI commenced and had its first allocation in 2016, by which time it had to have certain staff, and the allocation that was given to NRWDI was a very small allocation that was taken out of savings from the department's budget. And at that point in time, with the staff being appointed, the budget was not sufficient, and it took up just over 80% of that budget that was allocated. And one of the reasons is because that initial budget was not based on what the needs of the organization was, but it was based on what savings the department had to pass on to the entity. We have since then, 2016, on a continuous year-by-year basis, engaged Treasury to correct the baseline, and that has been corrected somewhat here and there in small portions, but in other occasions, the budget was further reduced, which made it an impact where we had to further cut costs and still be able to operate. And we also had to fill in critical positions to execute on our mandate. So that was the one side of it. And the other side is, as mentioned by Chairperson, where the Falcons operations, when it comes now on board, will change the trajectory in terms of the compensation of employees. I think I also indicated in the presentation that that would go down to 60%, and then the operations would move up to 40%, which is kind of a normal baseline in most organizations. Thank you.
Just one last item to add to that, Honorable Nkosi, is the skills that we require in this space are typically scientific, engineering, technical, nuclear skills, radiation protection. So it does mean that we need to hire a certain level that does impact on the salary bill. However, with the work coming that lies ahead, again, it's going to, that's where the focus now is, to prepare for skilling up the organization to implement highly technical and highly scientific projects around our waste disposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Chair, there is a concern as well on the issue of the budgetary constraints. I see that the entity has the budget has decreased by around 15.9% this time, and this raises significant concerns about the entity's ability to fulfill the national safety mandate with these dwindling resources. I just want to check, Chair, with NRWDI, how will the 15.9% overall budget reduction impact the NRWDI's ability to meet the 20 performance targets for the year, especially given that the targets have increased from 16 in the previous cycle, and now it went up to 20. I just want to check how are they going to be able to work with regard to that. Thank you.
You can go ahead, CEO.
Okay, so and I will, through you, and thank you, Honorable Nkosi. In terms of the budgetary constraints, we've not actually had a decrease in the budget. The budget from the fiscus, or the grants that we allocate, that's been allocated through the MTF, is increasing. What does happen is the percentage that is related to salaries will decrease going forward, and it will go into project execution work or facility as allocation towards expenses to run our facilities. So more operational, but the budget that's required doesn't actually decrease for our fundamental activities. The question is more, or will it increase enough to enable the work that's needed to deploy the new facilities or implement the new facilities? And that's where we are talking about supplementing or getting alternative funding streams, or the Radioactive Waste Management Fund. CFR, you may want to come in on this one as well, just to confirm that.
Yes, thank you. So the decrease would be in terms of the split between the economic classification and not the decrease on the salary budget itself. However, in terms of the APP targets, and when we do the APP targets, we look at what external costs would be associated with their targets and what work can be done internally. And we make sure that within the targets, all of the targets are sufficiently funded. If it requires external funding or there needs to be external work done, but a lot of our targets are driven internally by our own resources. And therefore, if there's an increase in targets, it means that we are driving it internally as well to ensure that it's not compromised and it can be achieved. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. It's now clarified. Just I wanted to get maybe that clarity. I'll go to SANEDI. I'll quickly move to SANEDI. I'll start on the carbon tax and intensives. SANEDI is tasked with driving energy efficiency through tax intensives and regulations. Currently, with the fuel levy and carbon fuel levy increasing, I just want to check if SANEDI is providing enough technical support to small and medium enterprises to adopt the efficiency measures needed to mitigate this rising cost. Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi. Let me again just ask the CEO, acting CEO, either to respond or to direct to one of these executives on the platform. Thank you. CEO.
Thanks, Board Chair. I think our executive, Faith Nkatsho, is ably placed to answer Honorable Nkosi's question. So if I could just invite Faith Nkatsho.
Time is up.
Please get the response at least, Chair.
Okay.
Saved by the bell, Chair.
Thank you so much. I'll keep it short. Thank you for the question, Honorable Nkosi. You make a very good point, and in our motivation for the extension or the lifting of the deadline, rather, for 12L, which was supposed to have been 2025, we said exactly that there's still carbon tax and there's still other fuel levies that companies in South Africa will be subjected to. And the tax incentives or the tax rebates that we provide will assist to offset that and also promote energy efficiency further. But to also directly respond to your question, yes, we have what we call energy services companies market development, or ESCO market development, where we are very intentional about developing South African ESCOs because we see them as partners in implementing energy efficiency and demand side related work. So we make sure that, number one, they've got the necessary skills and we continually develop them, but we also support them in terms of availing funding and support. And there is also a project right now that we're implementing at SANEDI to partner or make sure that we provide what we call partial credit guarantees that is funded by GIZ and the climate mitigation facilities. So this is just one of the ways that we are promoting small and medium enterprises, from the smallest, the one-man show, and of course, some of them that are mostly independent or sustainable. And we also break them into 3 tiers so that we are able to address their needs, as each tier has different needs for support and development. So yes, we do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Babti, your hand was up.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, would you mind if I don't use my camera? My battery is running a bit low.
No problem.
Thank you. Chair, I'm covered with regards to the Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute. I have no questions there. But with regards to SANEDI, I do have some practical questions I want to pose. But just to say, as an opener, the addition of Program 5, Intergovernment Relations, I think it's a good addition to SANEDI stable, and I think it's going to reap great rewards for us. Going then to energy efficiency, demand side management, and I was just looking at those numbers on slide 7, 4.33 megatons greenhouse gas emission reduced, 4.4 gigawatts of energy savings, etc. And just a suggestion, I think it might be useful for us to see those same numbers translated into RAND terms and also seen as a percentage of what the national levels of greenhouse gas emissions are or energy consumption in the country is. So that's just a suggestion. But coming then to the practical questions I wanted to pose. The electric buses project for Tshwane and eThekwini, is there any data that's come out of that project which illustrates that it is a cost-effective program that could be expanded? And then what is the position on the retrofitting of vehicles? There was a project in that regard. And then similarly, the fluidized bed for coal burning power stations, what's the outcome on that particular, where does that project stand and what's it showing us? And then finally, I saw today in the newspaper a 17 billion project bioethanol fuel plant plan for KZN, which is great news because those farmers are facing big headwinds with cheap sugar imports, and whether or not SANEDI is involved in that, because obviously this is good for agri, for energy, and for job creation. So those are just the simple areas that I'd like some explanation on. Thanks so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bhatti. Again, let me just hand over to Paul. I know he's handling some of these projects personally. Thank you.
No, thank you so much for those questions. I think very, very interesting and questions around some key projects. So I'll start off with the electric bus project. I think honorable members are entirely correct that the electric buses will have a significant impact on road transport and emissions related thereof. At this stage, we are still in the, let's say, conceptual part of the project, and we haven't deployed the pilot as yet. And I think just to give the committee some insights, that the project is not only looking to pilot the technology, but also to look at understanding the technology specifically for electric buses, to understand the local components that can be manufactured in the country, and to use the pilots to demonstrate the value and benefits of the electric bus technology, not just for the 3 large metros, but more importantly for all of the municipalities that actually should be providing public transportation services. At this stage, like I've mentioned, we have not gotten to the point of demonstrating the electric buses as yet. We're still dealing with a lot of the conceptual studies and policy studies. But what we have got is that there's significant value, especially from the early adopters of electric buses elsewhere in the world, predominantly China, which has been the dominant adopter of electric buses. And what they've seen is a significant reduction in the carbon emissions from a road transport perspective. We still see that there should be similar opportunities in South Africa, and we wait to get, I think eagerly wait to get to the point of piloting those buses in the domestic environment, and to quantify the benefits thereof, and complement that with a lot of policy decision making around local component manufacture, as well as local assembly, which would help strengthen the case for the technology shift. In terms of the retrofit of the vehicles, I think just welcoming the question, as well as the work that SANEDI has done in the past around retrofitting of vehicles. We have in fact retrofitted a fully fledged internal combustion engine bus, as well as a minibus taxi. I think it's the research work was very exciting in terms of the retrofits of both vehicles, the large bus and the minibus taxi. All of it has worked really well. We've also gone through the local transport regulations to homologate both vehicles, meaning that both vehicles had gone through all of the safety inspections by the licensing authorities and have confirmed that both vehicles are fit and roadworthy to be driven on public roads. The early indications that came out of the research is that whilst it is entirely doable to retrofit these vehicles, and it provided a lot of opportunity, especially for local skills to get hold of new technologies like electric drive motors and electric drive trains and the associated battery technology. The range of these vehicles, given that they were never designed with an electric drivetrain, was limited, which meant that it would need a lot more charging cycles, but it was entirely doable on let's say high frequency, short distance routes, and we trialed that with the University of Stellenbosch. However, I think it should be noted that it seems that the technology is developed in leaps and bounds. Predominantly, the advent of greenfield technology, meaning vehicles that have come directly with an electric vehicle drivetrain and associated storage devices, seem to have better longevity. They seem to have better range. Obviously would have a significant reduction or zero reduction from an environmental perspective, and are very cost competitive with traditional internal combustion engines. So I think just to highlight the point that the technologies significantly moved in terms of maturity, but also in terms of cost benefits. And at this stage, it seems that if any owner operator would want to make those decisions, I think it would be best to go with a brand new electric vehicle bus or minibus taxi, as it's still cheaper and better performing at this stage. Moving on to the circulating fluidized bed work that was done, I think we were quite excited as SANEDI to do the cleaner fossil fuel roadmap, and one of the key technologies that was identified is the CFB technology, which we had presented in the past to this portfolio committee. It turns out that South Africa's unique coal characteristics, being low CV value or calorific value, which is energy content and high ashing content, is a feature of the endowments we've been blessed with from a coal resource perspective. It also means that coal is better suited to be burnt in a boiler using CFB technology rather than your traditional supercritical or ultra supercritical boiler technology. So that roadmap has been published and I think widely welcomed by the industry. At this stage, given our very limited resources from a SANEDI perspective, being I think just over 80 million rand, we are in a partnership together with the CSIR Eskom and Coltech to do a demonstration, a pilot demonstration of the technology, with a key focus to provide input as envisaged by the IRP policy position on clean coal technologies before 2030 to get real, tangible, local South African data based on South African conditions and South Africa's coal resources. And we are about to conclude the conceptual and design studies of that pilot plant together with our partners, like I mentioned, CSR, Coltech, and Eskom, and then moving on to phase 2, which does require significant funding resources, and we're hoping to unlock that and then demonstrate that pilot project in South African conditions. The last project, I think, the bioethanol project, I think we certainly welcome the project and the recent announcements of the project of bioethanol. I think the honourable members entirely correct that a lot of the sugar crops are very ideally suited to creating bioethanol products. We've seen a lot of work that Brazil, who's been the leading adopter of this type of technology, bioethanol from sugarcane resources, has done that very successfully, and we are in collaboration with our colleagues in Brazil. At this stage, I cannot comment if SANEDI is involved in that project. I would just need to speak to our expert to confirm that. So I don't have that details with me, honourable member.
Thank you very much. Yes, certainly the bioethanol.
Time is up.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. But I'm very, very happy to and very excited about what can happen. You know, our energy, I think the Middle East conflict has demonstrated just how open we are to that kind of problem, and developing our internal energy resources is really top priority for us. Thank you, ma'am. I'm done.
Thank you. Is there any other member who may want to come in and utilize their 10 minutes? It seems all members are now covered. So we'll now, can you please flag the agenda, Mr. Kudze? But we have come to the end of our meeting, basically. We do want to express our gratitude to the entities that have presented today, all 4 of them. I do understand that one had requested to leave, but we do want to appreciate all the others that stayed behind and sat in the meeting, because at the end of the day, all these entities are part and parcel of the work that must be done by the Department of Electricity and Energy. And it sort of was a synergy from the reports that we received from the department last night, and then to also getting the entities to come in and sort of give us an in-depth picture of how all the plans that the department has will further be implemented, but also just how some of the burning issues that are there in our society, such as the cost of electricity, is a burning issue, and it is accustomed to the rising energy costs. So we appreciate getting all of the reports and the responses to the questions that we have, which will assist us that next time we come in to engage, we're able to refer to some of the discussions that will have taken place today, so that we're able to measure and exercise oversight on the success of the plans that all these entities and the department have. In those words, we wish you a good night further. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you to the various leaders of the entities.
Thank you, Chair. Good night, colleagues, and
Good
to
night.
the entities. Thank you.